All right. Good evening, everybody. I have a feeling here that I just noticed my upload to Twitch has more than doubled, and yet somehow um, it is not complaining anymore. So I don't know what to make of this. I am frankly very tired of these changes getting in the way of. I mean, I think I know. Yeah, no, that I definitely know what's happening. They're offloading. Um, they're offloading their transcoding to me, which is extremely annoying. Um, and I'm probably going to turn that off. Um, but for now, let's go with the option that allows me to keep streaming. So, unfortunately, I mean, I did spend 12 minutes saying hi to everybody and explaining where I was. I'm not going to spend 12 minutes doing that again. But I figured at the very least I can say, so I do apologize for Monday not being on the stream. I wasn't expecting to do that. However, I did get some new bookshelves, and this wound up creating a situation where I needed to sort of, how do I put this? I had basically a bunch of, I had a bunch of, oh, how do I put it? My, like I basically had to take apart my streaming setup. And I think I got it back on Monday at something like, I don't know, like 10 o'clock at night or something along those lines. So it wasn't great. I wasn't entirely happy that I had to do that, but that was the time when the people arrived, so that's when I could do it. So, sorry, just taking a quick second here. Okay. Yeah, I see. I do think I'm going to have to make some changes on the stream in the background. But anyways, Wednesday I was at the local game dev meetup. Again, that's the third Wednesday of every month. I leave to do that. It is the sort of thing that I think when I'm not sort of mainlining Book of Hours, I see some value in doing that because it very often will result in some unexpected things that I can show on the stream. But it did, of course, mean that I wasn't there to sort of stream for you all, and it's been a while since I have. It's been a while since I've streamed this, so sorry for the absence. I will say there will be one more unexpected absence this coming Monday, and that's because I didn't realize it, but on Monday there is going to be a screening at one of the local theaters of Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me, which I have never actually seen on the big screen. I think it's one I'd really like to sort of see projected. I don't know how many of you have seen this wonderful clip from David Lynch about watching a movie on a phone. It definitely does the round. It's a shortened version of it does the rounds, but it's very amusing. And I'd really like to, if I can, catch that. So I realize that's not a great reason for me to miss a broadcast, but it's the only opportunity I had. So one more unexplained absence on Monday. But after that, I think we should be back to the usual, Canadian holidays and any kind of departures. Actually, I think I was going to be out of town anyway. That got canceled, so I think I was going to be. I think I would have missed the stream anyway. So yeah, never mind. I'm missing it for good reasons or bad reasons, whatever you need to say. All right, so sorry, I'm filibustering. So let's just see. I'm actually really mad about this Twitch setting eating up my computing resources. I mean, the whole reason they take half of my revenue is transcoding. Okay. So I took a look at my I took a look at my to-do list, and I have here, so make an avenue of inquiry and host a salon. And if I recall correctly, we were also doing a further story. Well, there was Yvette. Okay, hang on. Let me... So yeah, Lost Horizon, which I think was the most recent one we did. Huh, maybe... Hard for me to see... Yeah, so this was the one for Connie. This one... Actually, I think this one might have gotten me... Yes! No, sorry, this is it. Yes, Apollo and Marsyas. Okay. Yes, right. Okay. So I can decide whether I bring her in for a salon or it's kind of an argument to inviting her to the salon, actually. Although I don't know if I'm going to be able to make every... No, sorry, I'm going to have to make all the dishes and ingredients. So maybe it's better I just give her a book to satisfy her curiosity. All right. Combine two inklings. It is not the librarian's business to meddle in the world beyond Hush House, but sometimes the librarian gets curious. Let's talk with Margot about a sky book. Ideally one which is for... Well, actually it can be sky or grail, so... Probably have a couple of smaller grails to kick around. Maybe not. Oh, there we go. Or she doesn't know Latin, though. Perhaps I should call myself Saphir, huh? She does speak Latin. Okay. My visitor has questions about blood or birth, or both. My collection has answers. Moving on, let's think about... So there is a small argument here for... Oh, you know what? I remember what I was trying to work out with the salon. I needed to figure out who was repeating the story. If you can give me a second here, I don't know if I have a solid answer on this, but I think I did take a look at... God, how do I do this? I actually wrote down... I didn't erase the previous salons, so... how do I do this? I put this into a spreadsheet, and I think I had... it was Douglas and Aaron, Douglas and Schaller, Daymare and Coquille. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think my hypothesis was Daymare and Coquille. Hmm. Okay. Zarang, good to see you. How you doing? You know what? I do have a list here that says Douglas, Aaron, Schaller, Daymare, and Coquille. So rather than make this complicated, I'm going to do one more batch. But what I'm also going to do here is I'm going to record some notes on what elements of the soul get used, and which ones provoke sort of silence. So yeah, I'll go for the old guest list, but I'm gonna keep better records, I think. Sorry about sort of havering around all of this for a little bit, but I think I have a game plan. All right, Douglas, the weary detective. Come on down. Yeah, I've got plenty enough for the time. Okay, the Avenue of Inquiry. Aaron Peel wants Moon. I think if I add Sharps... Or Edicts Marshall would have done as well. Stanislav John Schaller is next. We could probably use weaving and not working for that one. I want to see how many of them I can invite using the governor's desk. I think I did this last time, but... No! Schaller is Nectar. I keep getting that wrong. I keep consulting my my food list. Okay, so Daymare would be brought in with Sacra Lamea, or not Sacra Lamea, Edicts Liminal. And then Coquille would be, oh god, what was it? Resurgence and Emergence. Or Resurgences and Emergences. Okay, Peel, Stanislav, Dagmar. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is take a look at the Excel sheet for the dishes. But the other thing that I kind of want to do here is where I can, if I can draw down... So there's a couple that I don't want to do this for. So for instance, the King's Luck Pie, I'd kind of like to avoid using up. But it seems to me like the onion soup is a valid option. So I'll put this in here. So that will cover me for either heart or moon. So lantern I think I'm going to need to make a special dish for, but we'll take a quick look here. So pumpkin pie, pear pie. All of those are fine. So I think Grail, Lantern, and Knock are going to be the tricky ones. Oh, actually no, because the Jugged Pheasant will get me the Grail. Okay, so it's Knock and Lantern are the two tricky ones. I don't think I want to give up the Molio Jus quite yet. Again, all of these are valid, but I'm not so sure I'm I'm in a spot where I want to give them up. And part of what I'm doing here is specifically trying to consolidate where I keep all the food. So the King's Luck pie does have a knock and a lantern, but it's quite a difficult one to make, so I'm going to keep that aside for another time. The big question I'm asking right now is, do I have any food that sort of satisfies these more rare requests? And particularly because Daymare right now is being brought in because of her interactions with Coquille, and if those are done, it gives me less of a reason to invite her. I don't think I have subsequent encounters. So, looks to me like we don't have knock and we don't have lantern, so I'm going to think about what I make. Now, knock, I actually don't have that much in terms of the options. So, game pie, King's Luck pie, honey haunted amber pumpkin pie, game chips, and walls of yeas. And I'll say King's Luck, honey haunted, and walls of yeas are off. So really, it's game chips and game pie. And I think in this case, we'll do the good old-fashioned game chips. It's just a little bit easier to get potatoes than any of the other options here. So these are potatoes. Spectacular. Similarly, let's take a look at our lantern options. I know those are a little more plentiful. I usually wind up making the orange jumble. So again, King's Luck pie off the list. Orange jumble is an option. Knot cake is a little too... like the cuckoo honey is quite rare, so... and a Madeira cake. Now that's cake batter and almonds, so to a certain extent, it... You know, like... You might as well... you might as well make the orange jumble. And then there's also the stuffed golden marrow, which I think is still a valid option because the soup is a starter. So maybe we'll try and get some marrows while we... Yeah, actually I like the idea of getting some marrows while we make the game chips. Oh, but I don't have the dripping. Yes, I do. Never mind. Oswin, lovely to see you. I think I saw you streaming some Sea of Thieves. And welcome back yourself, Lord Gloom. You know, I'm actually pretty annoyed because I took a look at my OBS settings. So I specifically asked it to be below 6K. And it was routinely going above that. So I was like, okay, so what gives? You stopped because it's unstable for some reason. Now, out of curiosity, is it Twitch that was unstable? Or, aha, okay. So here's something I noticed, and I'm actually really mad that Twitch has done this. So I went into my OBS settings, and under stream, there's a new setting which says multi-track video. Enhanced broadcasting automatically optimizes your settings to encode and to send multiple video qualities to Twitch. Selecting this option will send Twitch information about your computer and software setup. So if I hit Enable Advanced Broadcasting, what that does is I put, like, I have had on my output, it says video bitrate 5,930 kilobytes or kilobits per second, I think. And so that... that's supposed to be below 6K, but what was happening this time around, it was always jumping above that, and it said unstable. So when I enabled the enhanced broadcasting, it's actually now sending 10,000. But what I think is happening here is that my quality settings are different. So you'll notice now that they are, there's the source, 1080p 60. Then there's actually it used to be 720/30 and then 480/30. I guess now it's 720/60, 480/30 or whatever. Hopefully it's consistent for you. So what Twitch is now doing, you know, the whole reason I did the affiliate thing was the transcoding options, but it seems like this enhanced broadcasting setup is actually offloading the work onto my computer, despite the fact that they're taking half of the revenue that the stream makes. And I would not be surprised if this whole unstable thing was specifically intended to sort of push people into turning that option on. So I'm going to have to play around. Obviously, I'm going to do this on my own time, but I think I'm going to have to play around with the video bitrate to try and get it at a lower setting that will, that will keep it below 6,000. But I definitely do not like this idea of Twitch farming out all of its, its server work onto my computer, because not every game I play is going to be Book of Hours, right? Like there's going to be, like when I go back to streaming Cyberpunk, I absolutely do not want to give up that that computing power to, to help Twitch's margins. But yeah, so I think the instability that you have is related to that. I would almost say downgrade your copy of OBS, but I suspect here either enabling the enhanced broadcasting or alternatively playing around with the bit rate, making sure that it's below their top value is probably the best way to handle that. But I based on my limited experience, I'm going to say it probably wasn't your computer that was at fault. Although for what it's worth, I'm also getting, a very stern, you have one person watching you with, multiple people chatting. So I accept that I'm a small broadcaster, but those times when they tell you things that aren't true, we call those lies. Anyways, we will enjoy Book of Hours. All right, let's get the... how do I want to do this? I should have some surplus paper. Yeah, I actually, so I don't put it in the OBS. See, I remember when it used to be like double digits consistently, so I still feel bad whenever I see my viewer numbers, but yeah, it was like, obviously if you think too much about that, then it just then you just feel bad and you stop streaming, which I don't intend to do. But yeah, I don't know. I try to keep it on so I can at least be sort of aware, but I'm not entirely sure it makes the stream any better. Okay, let me... Sorry. The avenue of inquiry, a recourse that a wise librarian might employ only as a versatile memory. There is an alternative. A great ink of power, handy soul element, in caution, readiness, blank writing medium, inquiry via this avenue. Wise? Absence is true skill. Meddle. It is not the librarian's business to meddle in the world beyond Hush House, but sometimes the librarian gets curious. Sometimes the librarian misuses their prerogatives because they grow restless. This will precipitate an incident, if any yet remain undrawn. If there's already an incident, visitors might not initially interact with the one that you intend. Investigate informedly, ye incipient. All right. So I'm doing this so that I can provoke another, event before the season is done. Okay, so I've got Coquille, I've got Daymare. I think I'm gonna go for the I was gonna go for the Golden Marrow, so we can get another one of these going. By the way, sorry, I mentioned that Oswin Meow is a streamer, but Oswin Meow is doing one of my favorite playthroughs of Book of Hours to watch, and is a real life scientist and does a pretty good stream. So definitely, alongside Lord Gloom, somebody that I would encourage you to check out. And I also know, in particular, it's useful to follow accounts like that because I don't think there's a regular streaming schedule at Oswin's channel. So if you don't follow, then you're not going to know the opportunity when it arises. Out of curiosity, have you have you made any more progress in Book of Hours, Osmond? Because I know it's been a while since I've seen you play it. All right, Lord Gloom says something I guess I'll find out eventually, but does the librarian in lore have a bit of clout? Like, would your average Englander know who the librarian is? That's actually a... oh, are you... I did not know that, Lord Gloom. I actually met a biologist today, which was kind of neat. But you have a hard time... Oh, yeah, yeah. Actually, okay, so Lawrence Summers said this thing about... so this is kind of mean to the other ones. But like the idea is that if you have to put science in the name, then it's not a science. So, like political science, not a science. Computer science, not a science. But biology, no, not that. Cognitive science, not a science. Economics, Let's say economic science. Sociology science. See, not a science. That's the one that we usually, or psychology science. That's the one that usually starts the economists who are feeling really smug in that to feel a little. Now, obviously, I'm being silly about it. I don't think the distinctions there, but it's a tough one, right? Like I've always wondered why it's called computer science. I do know. I think it was Dijkstra who had said that, like, what is it, like programming is to computer science as telescopes are to astronomy. Like obviously, computer science is like, it's really one of these things where, you know, the stuff that you learn in like data structures and algorithms, or like the I actually really like the publication Quanta. I think they do a really good job of sort of like an intelligent and interested audience has a chance of learning about reasonably major developments. And there was a neat article about how they discovered that there was a neat discovery about how there was actually a way of making hash tables faster. And it just turns out that there was a conjecture which everybody had assumed was correct, but nobody had bothered to prove. And effectively, I think it was an undergrad who discovered a faster hash table, which I definitely thought was a fun one. So, but yeah, no, I really like Quanta. Quanta's actually, it was founded by the Simmons Foundation. So Jim Simmons, in addition to being a major physicist and former cryptographer, is one of the people who he founded a company called Renaissance Technologies. So he was one of the first sort of quants, these people who make lots and lots of money on Wall Street using sort of various statistical methods and hardcore modeling, like the sort of stuff that I really, really will struggle to understand. But I actually thought did some really interesting things with philanthropy. He unfortunately died fairly recently, but did through the Simmons Foundation, did a lot of sort of donations to various mathematical education efforts. So you're a bioinformatician. I don't think I've ever heard you say that, but I know I've had the pleasure of chatting with you about information theory quite a bit. Oswald, you actually probably know that subject much better than I do now. Yeah, this is one of the things that Oswin Miao can be very quiet, but if you catch her on the right topic, you will learn some fascinating things, or at the very least, you'll get a really interesting perspective on the world. Also, I don't know if you got to see on Discord, but there was someone at the local game dev meetup had done. I think I told you about this game, but I couldn't remember the name. If you want, I can tell you the story. But I'd been meaning to ask him, and he was at the meetup finally. So I finally asked him what the what the name was. So I sent it to you on Discord. I have no idea if it'll be something that you enjoy, but I was actually quite charmed by the story that he told in terms of how the game came about. So yeah, I shared it. Anybody else who's interested in learning Korean, I'm happy to share the link as well. But I think if you're not willing to learn the characters, it will probably not have a lot of value to you. All right, sorry, it's another digression on Book of Hours. Sorry, just taking a minute here to get my tablet off of sleep. So I guess we've got a main, we've got a side, and we've got a starter. So I need a pudding, which is moon or heart. So this will give me heart. I suppose the other question is, do I have any other pudding? I definitely do. And a lot of them are grail, as it turns out. So I think what I'm going to do is I will take the rosehip sponge cake. So that'll be for Schaller, who wants something heart. So Douglas will get the marrow, Aaron will get the soup, Schaller will get the cake, Daymare will get the game chips, and Coquille will get the jugged pheasant. And we're good. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So sorry, you're talking about the cloud. So there's actually something kind of interesting. If you're interested in the setting for the game, I highly recommend that you listen to the podcast that Weather Factory put out called Skeleton Songs, and in it they actually kind of talk about magic systems that they're interested in, and so it doesn't always directly touch on the world of Book of Hours, but I think there's a couple of inferences that you can make about the status of the librarian. So one of the questions that can be interesting to ask in these settings is, and this is a question that that the Weather Factory co-founders pose in Skeleton Songs, is if magic is real, why doesn't the president use it? Lottie Bevan and Alexis Kennedy, that's right. So, right, because it's, you see all of these stories, and in some magical settings, the rulers are magicians, and they have this great knowledge which they use to wield power. And in this case, sort of magic almost sort of is kind of this analogy for technology. But on the other hand, like, there's also one of these things where you can almost imagine this is the sort of consolation that that I think Plato probably started with this, where they're it's like, oh yeah, the smart people should be running things, and society is so horrible because it doesn't it isn't run by the philosophers. So it's this is always just kind of a fun question to ask in some settings that have magic, and there's a number of different ways of answering it. It also adds sort of an interesting dimension to things like to some of the things that you find in Book of Hours, like the Sovereigns of the Leashed Flame, for instance, which do seem to be figures that have gained significant power, but ultimately aren't able to retain it. But it is worth asking in the case of the Secret History setting, why doesn't the world see more of this stuff going on, right? Like, why is it the case that the cultists don't wind up having, tremendous power and influence? And in some cases, in Cultist Simulator, you actually do wind up with a lot of power and influence, right? You're on the board of Glover and Glover. But some of the hints that you might find, let me see. I think if I pick one of the ink commitments. So here you go, Lord Gloom. When it is permitted, certain knowledge is forbidden to mortals unless it's wisely contained. This law is named Calyptra. The enforcement of this law is named Calyptra also. The 3 hours who enforce it share that name. They permit that knowledge to persist only in certain sanctioned places, and the most dangerous secrets must only be recorded in the inks called Encastum. The weapon, the greatest and most secret truths, can only be recorded by the librarians of the Watchman's Tree, even then only beneath the shelter of the tree's branches, and only in the sanctioned inks called Encastum. There are still certain languages in which these truths might be spoken aloud, but the hours no longer permit that power in the mouths of mortals. And then we should have one more, which would be Inks of Revelation. Truths that were. The inks called Encastum Terminale are permitted only to the librarians of the Watchman's Tree. Those inks can be used to reveal truths, even truths that are no longer so, not since the dawn times, when the sun hung red and low, and we felt its warmth like autumn. If that first and gentlest sun returned, the truths might return with it. So here you get a couple of interesting ideas, and it's actually why your question may have some subtleties that you may not have realized at the time that you were asking it. Because in one sense, you can say that the librarian does actually have a very special role to play. It seems that they are the only ones who can use these special inks called Encastum Terminale. And yet the question of whether or not they have a special clout is another question, because of course clout implies fame. And of course it seems that the purpose of the libraries are that these are in fact these special places where knowledge that is otherwise sort of forbidden to the world is these are the secret places where they're held. And so with that in mind, if you are if you're the sort of person who will go to the library, then obviously the librarian has a special role. Now, not so much in the sense that, I don't think any of the visitors come by and sort of treat you with this great reverence, right? It's like, oh, you are the librarian. Some of them are just like, hey, thanks for taking on the place. But it's, so yeah, it's definitely fair to say that the librarian holds sort of a special role. But whether they have clout is an interesting question, simply because can someone be said to have clout if sort of the very nature of their role is, a secret place where these very rare and exclusive ideas hold. And I should also say too that the game does also go on to say that there's this tension, there's this sort of fight between the revelation of this knowledge and the sort of the forces that keep them secret. There is actually one last thing. Have you found the letters in the game, Lord Gloom? Because it's been a while since I've read a couple of these, and so I think it's actually not a bad time for me to bring them up. I can tell you how to find them, but what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to bring them up for myself. And okay, cool. So you've read some of them. For those of you who are not familiar with it, where are we? As much as I love reading the Hokabald, I mean, actually, maybe it would be worthwhile to just read all of them. It's a few pages worth, but it might be. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna go for it. Let me actually just take a minute to put them all up so I don't need to show you what's on my desktop. Okay. Palazzo Dario, Venice, 15th of October, 1722. Madam! I regret the intemperancy of what must follow, but I write in haste and full wrath. Even now my sleeves are beset with slither slime. You permitted me to bear away from your library that noble book, The History of Inks, for which I have averred, and still aver, my gratitude. But, madam, you have behaved in a manner inconsonant with professional care. Madam, to the point, I provided myself a sacred precinct to which to mix the fifth ink. I set certain protections about the place. I had no wish to be interrupted by robbers or rivals. One of my prominence and noble stature suffers grievously from the envy of lesser practitioners. You must know, madam, that I am an adept of wit and skill, and that these protections were mighty in scope and extent. I warded against worm and storm and bite and sight and the 8 principles and the 400 names. But, madam, I warded not against the pettiest and the meanest. When one takes a lease upon a palace, one expects to bring one's own guards and retainers to defend against uninvited ill-wishers, but one does not expect to deploy ratting cats and mousing terriers for defense against the rodentry. That, madam, is a given. So, madam, I had assumed that as a competent preserver of knowledge, you would place a ward salutiferous to protect against such vermin as rob prophets. Madam, I have taken the necessary time to compose myself, and I will tell the rest but briefly. The raw prophet was drawn to the history of inks, by what I know not. E'en as I turned to fill the calcin, it fell upon the book, and by the time I had turned back, the book was all but engulfed. I strove mightily against the raw prophet with the strength, the great strength, of my arms. The raw prophets are flexile and indelicate creatures, and I won only slime and besmirchment and intimate assault, at no small cost to my dignity. Therefore, madam, I do now insist and demand that, first, you abandon all claims upon the history of inks. The book is gone. I do not wish to inquire exactly where, but I imagine within the doings of the raw prophet. Second, that you compensate me for your incompetence. A gift of the second volume of the unexpurgated De Oris will, I suppose, suffice. Thirdly, that you compensate me also for the cleaning of my garments. I attach the bill in full. Yours in honor, Hokabald of Posend. It's one of my favorite letters in the game, Osmond. So I feel a top hat growing upon your head and monocle. I will also say there is a copy of A History of Inks in the game, Lord Gloom, and I imagine you may notice a couple of details on it. Okay. Hints to travelers of Italy. Merovim was the chief city of the Merovi, a mountain people who rebelled many times against Rome. The city was established as a colony after their final pacification. Today it is a little provincial town, Saint Benedetto de Marci, which has not much to recommend it to the young tourist. Which has not much to recommend it to the young tourist. The tiny church of St. Agnes of the Serpent has a gloomy charm despite its evil reputation. The Emperor Claudius identified the lake as a source of the malaria, to which the reader will recall I lost a valued friend in the Pontine marshes. Horace identified it, rather, as a source of witches. I wonder now whether Horace's assessment might not be the correct one, but I should not run ahead. On the shore of Lake Fucino. Lake Fucino has been reduced many times, though it creeps back when the drainage fails, so that even now the locals refer to its margins as the dry country. A bronze bearing an antique inscription of the tongue of the Meruvai was found in the dry places and is now kept in the church. The priest is severe on its dangers. It has been touched by the lake witches, but nevertheless will show it to the curious for a small donation. On the matter of the witches, they are seen in dreams, particularly when one dreams before a cracked and uncovered mirror. On nights of the greater moon, they arise from the lake and generate unwanted multiple births, inspire follies of passion, and bend flesh to flesh. The locals turn for protection to St. Agnes, but I have seen that they also make poppets of 2 heads and 4 arms to placate the lake witches. As to why I came to St. Benedetto de Marci, I had heard in Rome that the inscription of the bronze employs a script not seen elsewhere, and I wished to study and record that script. My informant was correct that the script was unusual, and I have retained the notes for study, but I can attest that the script survives in a book, which a woman of the area was kind enough to show me. The book, she said, was not for sale, and I have given my word that I will not speak further of the woman or of her companion. I was permitted to examine the book. It is not from the time of the Meruvai. It is much later, perhaps of the vintage of Charlemagne. The woman and her companion told me wild tales of its origin and of the witches of the lake, and I had ceased to pay close attention when they warned me of the dangers of the book. This tale, at least, was true. The page edges are as sharp as a barber's razor, and I had cut my hand badly and had to bind it with my handkerchief. I thought to find a doctor, lest the wound go bad, but the doctor was lost to drink, and my host directed me to the sanctuary of St. Agnes. I would not choose a priest as a physician, but the sanctuary has been a place of healing since, I am assured, the time of the Romans, and the cut was very deep. Still, when I came there, the priest would not bind my injury, averring that wounds are holy to Agnes. He promised to draw the poison from my flesh, and I lay upon the altar steps, and he set his mouth to the wound, and my senses failed me. When I awoke, the priest was in a shouting rage and would not minister me further. In my dizziness and fear, my Italian had all but abandoned me, but I understood this. The twins! You have kissed the twins! My wound did not turn, and I will have a story to tell with the scar. Perhaps, after all, there was a virtue in the mouth of the priest. When the moon is full, I still dream of San Benedetto de Marci and of the drawings I saw in the knived pages of the book. So, of course, this definitely hints to a particular book that we've encountered both in Cultus Simulator and Book of Hours. All right. So I noticed that this one, this is actually slightly different. Yeah, there's a slight difference actually with a version of this that I read before. So the version that I had, which is sort of the plain text version, starts with Oriflamme's Lot 5, auction 5th of May, May 57, fragments of the notebooks of Parsifal recovered from the wreck of Mr. Strathcoyne's private library, extensive fire damage, reconstructed in part. So the opening part that isn't included on this page here says, M. Herein I have set down my recollections of my time with the Society of the Noble Endeavour. I write in haste and may be lacking clarity. Make of it what you will. And then we actually start with the document here. In preparation for the riddle of the stag door, which I will describe later, a dreamer passes through the white door, not once but many times. The white door was known anciently as the bone door or the ivory door. Speech may not pass its valves, and dreamers are mute when they entered the house. The white door is fickle. I had prepared the proper tisanes, and I had some hope of entrance that night. You should know that once one has entered the mansis, the memory of it hooks and tears. One recalls its stairs and galleries and the light of its windows with a sentiment like that of half-waking memories on unclear autumn mornings. I found that I prepared my limbs for sleep with the trembling anticipation of one who awaits a fickle lover, and that sleep indeed was fickle. But at length I walked again in the outer precincts of the mansis, that place we call the bounds, which we dare to believe above the wood. The bounds breathe and change, the bounds breathe and change. They are, some say, the limbs of the house, but I have never subscribed to the notion that the house is an organism. It is not stone, but it is more like stone than flesh. That night they were hued with what we in the society call the perilous color. I had a considerable apprehension before I ever saw the door, that this was not a night to be abroad in the precincts of the House of the Sun. But one does not surrender easily, even the white door, and I had high hopes that year of passing the stag door early, so on I went. I rounded the high rock that is called the Temple of the Wheel, and the white door came into view. There was a crowd of dead before it. Even at that distance, it was clear that is what they were. You may be aware that some dead passed the white door. You may be aware that some dead pass the white door. Their speech is taken from them as the speech of dreamers, and that is why the dead we meet in the mansis are often so mute. But their movements, I quickly saw, were not the movements of the dead. There was a river flowing through the door. It was not a river, and neither was it pus nor joy, but when I tried to articulate it better, my pen snapped in my hand. I apologize for the apophatic ellipsis, madam, but I have no wish to tempt that hour into my dreams. The rising spider wishes domination, but the growth wishes only to infect and become. I do not believe the bounds are the limbs of the house, but I must aver that the dead that night had become the limbs of the crown growth. Should you meet them, do not permit them to touch you. Do not even look upon their faces. I thank the sun for the horned axe, the black flax, and the other older hours. Without them, I wonder whether we might not all be the growth. I did not pass the white door that night. I ran crying into the night, and I recollected myself only curled among the roots and blades of the wood. To that episode, I ascribe my affinity with the moth. Come on, you can do it. Tabriz, January 1866. My dear nephew, what a surprise and a pleasant one to hear from you. My warmest congratulations and wishes on your new wife, except that it is a year since the date of your letter, and I suppose no longer new. I hope indeed by now you are blessed with children. Alas, I must refuse your kind invitation, though with the deepest regret. But your other question I will answer. I will try. You speak kindly of my gallantry, and less kindly of my desertion. Yes, I acknowledge the word. Forgive me the shame of it, which you must carry. There is another history, no doubt, where I continued in the Empress's service, and I think of it sometimes with regret. But you see, my sword was broken that day. So much to explain, and I must choose my words carefully. I wrote to your mother that my horse took an unlucky fall from the Kushagi musket. Took an unlucky ball from a Kushagi musket. This is not altogether honest. The truth is lesser and greater. We numbered barely 100, the squadron being somewhat below strength, and the Kusagi 8 times that. And my nephew, if you think the Persian is to be disregarded against the Irishman or the musket against the rifle, let me rid you of that thought today. Captain Forbes had taken them for cavalry in the morning mist, and they were not. If they were of a guard regiment, the finest of their infantry, and they stood ready in a square with bayonets fixed against us. But we were all of us in fine spirits and impatient, and Captain Forbes saw that in the mist they had come unstuck from the greater Persian force and were not supported. Here was glory, and when he ordered the charge, we cheered. It was foolishness on foolishness, and I have not told you yet of my own foolishness, and yet all those were glory also. The Empire wished to keep the Shah from Herat, which was under our protection, but not to defeat him, for we needed him against the Russians. So we were fighting not for victory. Excuse me. Then Captain Forbes' decision to charge them. And your uncle at the head of the charge with a saber. I wish I could say it flashed in the sunshine as I brandished it with the mist. The mist. And the mist, of course, saved us from their muskets, would have ended our charge untimely, but it deadened the sound of their fire, so we knew not how close until we were on them. Sorry, trying to... until we were on them. Suddenly your uncle sees their shakos and their fierce and frightened faces, and their bayonets like offensive knives loom up before them. And poor Menander seeks to swerve aside, but it was altogether too late. What am I to try and do but to try and pull his head straight and have him jump that fence like any other? Well, it ended badly for all of us, and it might have ended worse. Menander crashes down upon their ranks, and he is pierced all through by their blades, and I think he is dead by the time I haul myself from beneath them. By the light that was divided, I pray it so he deserved better than I gave him in the end. As I say, I haul myself out, and my left hand is crushed, but the other fellow on whom we fell is worse. Menander has broken his neck, and he is lying all wrong. My right still serves to swing my sword, and when another comes at me, I give him what he merits. But it is all my luck again, for as he falls, and I draw the sword back from him, I see that it was broken too by Menander's fall. There I am then in the very ranks of the enemy, but my brother soldiers are cutting at them too, and the square is beginning to break. So the Persians have other things to worry about than me. Still, lamed as I am, with barely a sword worth the name, I have very little confidence in my situation. The chaos when the cavalry crashes upon the square is like a wave upon a cliff, only if the cliff was flesh and stones the wave upon it. There's no part of my world or theirs that is not furious blood. Now comes the part that you can credit or not as you choose. The tag end of the story you will have heard is almost true. Lieutenant Malcolmson saw me fall, and he fought his way through, and he lent me his stirrup, and we came free, and by the time he had seen me safe and turned around again, the action was all but done, and the Kursagi casting down their weapons. Those few who lived, of those 800, we only took 20 alive, a famous victory. Nephew, I hope you had too much sense ever to credit it. 100 against 800. A man on a horse cutting his way through lesser men as if they were wheat to save his brave comrade. We were both decorated for it, decorated to the highest degree. What else could they do? But every lie is truth's shadow. There is always a shape that they share. I learnt that later in the labyrinth. So, Lieutenant Malcolmson, I still call him that, though it was never his name, rode indeed to my rescue. But what he rode was nothing like a horse, even a cavalry horse. Fiercer by far, and far more golden. Nephew, make a fist of your hand. Muscles move beneath skin, so powers move beneath the skin of the world, at impulses equally invisible but greater. A light seen only in sleep, words spoken first by fire, even the shattering of a sword. In the land where I nearly fell, they used to call that the Shaper's lesson. This is part of why Malcolmson unmasked himself that day, and the other part is between him and me. Later, he took me west on a kind of pilgrimage. I cannot tell you where. Mercy is found only in shadow, and there are far too few shadows on this letter. But you have bound me to speak to you of my desertion, so I will tell you this. In a place far from Carlingford, where you will read this, Saul the Illuminate consecrated a church in Victime. Beneath the church one lies sheathed in black corundum, neither long nor mortal, neither man nor woman, neither real nor imagined. I have seen what is written on his shining skin, and so I can never return to Carlingford. My nephew, I have said that the powers of the world are moved by secret impulse, but the converse is true also. The fingers move the hand which moves the soul. This is a secret I do not yet entirely understand, but I have learnt to call illumination. If you have inherited your mother's good sense, you will leave the matter here, but it is always the women of our blood who are wiser, so perhaps you are as foolish as me, and so I will say a little more. The Kursagi that we slew, on their standard they bore a silver hand. We took it as a trophy, and it graces now the standard of my regiment. I still write that. I will not strike it out, but of course I can no longer claim that honor. It graces now the standard of the Poona House. If you ask to see it, they will show it to you. If you use Malcolmson's name and not mine. It is older than the regiment, as old, I think, as England, but no older. There is a lesson in it. Greatest among the powers who illuminate is one called Watchman. He it is who says mercy is found only in shadow. But he does not say that mercy is nowhere found, and shadows lie long at the labyrinth of lions. Yours ever, your uncle, Arthur. Sorry, that's a tricky one to read. Okay, this one's a fun one. Also kind of gross. Velletri, Italy, March 25th, 1902. Superintendent, Nocturnal Branch, New Scotland Yard, Victoria Embankment, London. Superintendent Winford, please consider this my sequestration and assessment report for materials seized at Ortuccio. I am aware, you have reminded me on previous occasions, that administration distributes forms that are generally expected to we are generally expected to use for these reports, but events since Ortuccio have made that impractical. Consequently, I have allowed myself the latitude in the format. 1. Skull deformed, abhuman. Abnormalities consistent with la malaise reveline, and the standard assessment suggests the expected oniric risk: destroyed, pulverization, and dilution. 2. 3 cases domain reveline, 1865 vintage. Standard assessment suggested no discernible oniric hazard, retained for sale and expenses recoup. You generally feel compelled to remind me, Superintendent, of the regulations on implied hazard. In turn, I generally feel compelled to remind you that I know what I'm doing. 3. Painting, oils, late 19th century, artist unknown. Moonlit view of Snowy City. Contemporary label identifies it as Abydos uncrowned. Standard assessment clearly indicated significant oniric hazard, destroyed, incineration. 4. Diaries of Lord Franklin Bancroft, 1762 to 1770, 1889, Cater & Sons reprint. I am well aware that the branch depository contains the mandated 2 copies of this edition and that I would normally be expected to consign it to the flames. However, my good friend Dottore Robigo has argued persuasively that they contain material important to my work here. Retained. 5. Neurobiolic mirror, composition unknown. Clear and immediate oniric hazard, destroyed, pulverization in the absence of light, dilution. 6. A Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons, Jacob Gristwood. Clearly, I am aware of the standing incineration order on this work, but this may be the only copy still in existence, and the scolacosific resources available to the branch are frankly embarrassing in their paucity. After a detailed examination, not to mention discussion with my very good friend, the Dottore, I have determined that it is much too valuable to be destroyed. Retained. 7. Fantastical triptych, oils, 16th century. Prodigious enthroned mass, adored by kneeling figures, vibrant depiction of heterodox Christian harvest festival, standard assessments, when suitably interpreted, indicate negligible oniric hazard, and it was through this work that I made the acquaintance of my very good friend, Dottore Robigo. Retained. 8. Silver hand, life-size, inscription, probably antique Persian. Standard assessments suggest minor oniric hazard. However, given this operation's urgent need for funds, I have determined that the scrap value of the piece outweighs its sale to the public. Retained for sale and expenses recoup. 9. 3 10-year vital extension bond documents, stolen decades with reckoner markings. The suspicious longevity of the Dufours of Ortuccio was, you recall, one of the concerns that justified the seizure operation. That longevity is neatly explained by a reckoner connection and other documentary evidence, not material to an ANS report, also supports this conclusion. Despite recent developments, see below, I am inclined to forward this evidence to you as a professional courtesy. I have, however, resolved to retain the vital extension bonds for my own use. My physical development proceeds admirably, but I am approaching a critical stage at which I must take all necessary means to sustain my health. Retained for personal use, approved. 10. Desiccated organic material, probably amniotic membrane, call. It certainly tastes like birth. Standard assessments indicate significant oniric hazard. My invaluable friend Dottore Robigo has suggested a safer procedure than incineration, incorporated into abdomen. I have become impatient as I write, and in any case, I have rarely known you to pay my reports the attention that they deserve. This concludes my report. A personal note follows. I now tender you my immediate and vigorous resignation. On somber reflection, Superintendent Winford, I am appalled that I permitted myself to be involved for so long in the legal operations of the British government, in a sovereign and noble nation, in a myopic and ignoble cause, under the orders of a man as minimal and sluggish as yourself. I have expropriated the funds originally provided for nocturnal branch operations in Italy. With the assistance of the provincial authorities, and of course of Dottore Robigo, I am using those funds to endow a Scolacosophy department at the Universitia Velletri. Though the Dottore and I have resolved that to minimize troublesome interference, we will operate publicly as a department of mycology. Now that I am free of your pettifogging and pious interference, I intend to expand both physically and mentally to the fullest possible extent. I hope that in light of the information I have chosen to share here, you will rediscover the static and sterile mode in which you have so long developed, and address yourself instead to the possibilities of a much more growth-oriented philosophy. Should you need my assistance in this alteration, you are welcome to visit my new department in Velletri, where I and my most excellent friend Dottore Robigo will tender you our most urgent and productive assistance. Yours, blah. There's an afterword on here. At the turn of the century, nocturnal branch of the Metropolitan Police was responsible for protection against troubles unseemly and occult. After the fallout from the Ortuccio incident, the branch was dismantled and its functions absorbed into the Civilian Suppression Bureau. All right. Hotel Stephanie, Vienna, January 15th-ish, 1906. Dear Serena, got your book. Pretty good condition, too. Bit blurred around the edges, but the little fellow's taking good care of it. Not what I expected, though. Rum business all around, tell you how it was. Trail in Venice long cold, obviously. They still tell stories about old Hokebald. Say the place is cursed now, but it's mostly cursed with rising damp. Don't know how anyone lives there. Anyway, no trace, so I thought, all right, Dee, my girl, get your head down, get 77 winks, see if the Sage Knight's entertaining. He'll know what's what. You're reading this and thinking, come on, Dee, you know better than that. Sage Knight's a bit high in the Manses to be talking to raw profits, what? But here's the thing. Sage Knight knows the odd ivory. Ivories know the odd thirstly. Thirstlies know raw profits, so I'll put the word out. Sage Knight's in a helpful sort of mood, so we both have a cup of wine of his, and he another cup, and we get to gossiping. He's all right for a name. Shame he doesn't keep the proper port, even Dreamport, but he's all right for a name. And I wake up, and I pop out of the dawn smoke and a bit of the old practice, and we get back inside, and there's an address written on the mirror. Not bad for a name, after all. Address is in Vienna. Now, you know how I feel about Vienna. Never quite comfy there since all that with the club, but I think Serena's a good sort. Owe her a favor or two. Not so far on the train. Off I pop. Vienna, 2 days on. Find the address, have a snout about. You know, see what's what. Nasty little den, full of the wrong sort of the wrong sort. They all got their own little shrine for the raw prophet. Sage Knight gave me its name, tried to write its name, it won't fit the alphabet. Let's call him Propsy. Little cult for Propsy. You know me, Serena, live and let live, all sorts, but a shrine to something like Propsy, I always thought it's like building a shrine to a lamb chop. You've seen prophets, haven't you? They look like horse stepped on a starfish, but bigger. But dashed odd thing, Propsy's not a bad sort. Can't talk, of course, but little feller can write. And I don't just mean write like I'm writing this letter, express itself, but put its point of view sort of thing. I mean, it's a calligrapher, dashed good calligrapher. Every one of these little tentacle things good as Japanese paintbrush. Where does it get the ink, you're wondering? Aren't you, Serena? Be glad I'm not telling you. Long story short, Propsy reckons it wrote a history of inks, reckons it was stolen, reckons all sorts of the worst about HH. Sorry, Serena. So, we had a good old chat, but I did knock it about a bit, but we agreed in the end. It gave me the book back, but wanted paying. Seemed fair enough. I've added added a line to my bill for that. Bit of a sum, I'm afraid. Try not to kick. Sure you won't. You know you're a good sort. So, there you go. Bill book. We're all missing is a candle. But I'll be by again for the equinox. Could use your help on a thing with the mausoleum. And the club, actually. Bit of business there. Pip pip D. P.S. Propsy wants proper attribution. Name in the catalog. Of course, can't write his name here. Won't fit this alphabet. Hope you can sort that out. Might cause a bit of a stink. If not, leave it with you. Best of luck, D. So now we know why the history of inks is back. Oh God, how would I fit this? All right. Office of the Curia, Hush House, Brandkrug, June 22nd, 1924. Detective Ostieri Pender, thank you for your time last week and for your patience. I've reviewed your requests for limitation. Most are acceptable to the Curia, some are not. In this letter, I've outlined our objections. I hope that we can find common ground and an acceptable compromise. Nix Abelix, you've marked as suppress. No arguments here. Quite frankly, I don't know how it ever made it to the main collection. We don't need any more worms in this world. I mention this only to say that we do, despite our differences, appreciate the Bureau's efforts and contributions. On the other hand, my most violent enterprise you marked as restrict. That's a little extreme. I really don't think it even merits even an advise. The contents are certainly pretty despicable, but if enterprise is limited, we are going to have to revise classification for a great many other equally despicable items. The function of Hush House is not to protect, but to preserve. Hey, pleased to meet you, Underwater Monk. This is actually a good chance. So I did tell the owner of the coffee shop. So there's a coffee shop near where I am called Caesar Rose's U-Rock Cafe. And one of the problems I've been running into in the city where I live, Ottawa, is there's not a lot of places that are open later. But I know he's been looking to build his clientele. So for those of you who happen to live in that region, and you are looking for a later... It's not like super late. It's not Vancouver late, but I now have a witness to saying that I was going to talk up Caesar's U-Rock Cafe. I did, however, explain to the owner that there's not a lot of people who watch my stuff in Ottawa. But I'm really happy that you stopped by to check out the channel. I don't normally expect people to do that. You have caught me at a bit of an odd time just because I'm reading a lot of the associated letters for the game here. We will be getting back to the gameplay in a little bit, but I do appreciate you stopping by. I do remember you, so thank you for that. All right. The Almanac of Entrances you marked as suppress. I can see the risks, but I don't believe suppression is merited. Will agree to restrict. Okgor Tislak Okgor. You marked as restrict. I understand your concerns, but the author has not been witnessed abroad in the world for at least 2 centuries and can reasonably be considered defunct. I'll allow advise and will revise to restrict if the author is ever verifiably reported active again. A Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons. You marked as expunge. This is a proposal we would consider only in the most extreme circumstances. The text is already categorized contain. I've discussed with the librarian, and we are confident that the theoplasmic contamination, which is, I grant, quite advanced, can be purged. If it can't, then we'll consider expunge. Codex Acephalai. You marked as contain. I agree that I agree that this is a reasonable request, and once again, I wanted to thank you for drawing it to our attention. As a matter of fact, the contamination has also reached the neighboring texts, the Radical Measure, and in the Mallory, and we're going to mark those contained too, pending review. The History of Inks. You marked as suppress. Now, this is not the first, nor indeed the second time that the Suppression Bureau has taken issue with this book. I do see your point. Some of the inks are extremely significant, but with all due respect, Hush House has its purpose, as you must know, and the Suppression Bureau's place is not to question that purpose. Your suppression request is denied. My patience is wearing thin. If I see another such request for the history in the future years, I will take up the matter with our patrons. The Karashim Portalon. Suppress? I don't think so. Blackwood's Magazine, January 1922. Restrict. I assume this is some sort of joke. I must assure you that no one in the Curia is laughing. Yours sincerely, Dr. Serena Blackwood, DD OFSB. Dr. Divinity Ordo Fraterums A Sororum Brandkrug. So, Lord Gloom, this is... So obviously, you... Maybe not obviously, but you indicated that you've read a few of these, but hopefully you're getting kind of an idea here, especially given our previous conversation about the role that the librarian plays. You can kind of see how... yeah, you're kind of getting a bit of a picture in terms of how this holds. Like, obviously, Serena, and clearly in the game, there are these references to Serena's somewhat contentious relationship with the Suppression Bureau. But the so it's one of these cases where there will be people feel that they can make demands of the library, but the Curia also feels like it's in a position where it can push back on that sort of stuff. And obviously the Suppression Bureau is a government organization, so... Okay. Lassimal Easter, 1925. Gwendir. Won't make it to Alex this time, sorry. Flatter myself you'll be disappointed, but your ma thinks I'm a bad influence. So, silver lining, eh? And I'll answer the questions I can here. You wanted to know about the invisible arts and the great arts, and it's if there's a difference. Had to think about this one. Suppose an invisible art is any art the Suppression Bureau wants to lock up. The great arts count, but you can argue that what counts as an invisible art, no one argues about what counts as a great art. No one who matters, anyway. So the 9, 3 bright, 3 night, 3 unregarded. The nights are nyctodromy, skolokosophy, hushery. The brights are horomachistry, and the one I can never spell right, and that sort of Persian one. Unregardeds are a bit infra-dig. Tell you the truth, I'm a fair nyctodromist, smattering of some of the rest, but nyctodromist means I've sharpened up my fet. Know my way around the house in the wood, how to catch 77 winks, know how to cut the corners through the world without getting in trouble. Bit about thresholds, bit about the sea powers, a little bit of vac, but vac makes my teeth twitch. Yeah, they are really nice letterheads. Don't know how up on your antimony you are. Fet's the bit you poke in the mantis when you go out, sort of like poking your tongue somewhere special. Tell you what, wish I hadn't written that, thinking about crossing it out. Memory serves, last time you asked me if I was an adept, I started trying to explain. Your ma got frosty. Didn't want to cause a stink, change the topic. So look, no one's got any business calling himself an adept unless he's been through the stag door, and most of them are him. You know how it is. But not everyone who's been through the stag door is an adept. I'm not. Adept's state of mind, I suppose. Scholars know things, adepts do things, except scholars also do things, and adepts know things. And I do things, and I wouldn't call myself an adept. Suppose I don't mind getting my hands dirty. State of mind. But I don't say magician, Gwen dear. Magicians are trade, or rabbit botherers. Don't know which is worse. Come to think of it, invisible arts are an adept thing, and great arts are a scholar thing. Put it like that, adepts are the ones the Suppression Bureau locks up, and scholars are the ones they don't. They try to lock me up now and then, but I made it pretty clear I'm not having it. My advice, honestly, is to stay away from the whole business, far away. So why am I in it? Because I couldn't stay away from it. If you can't either, you won't. And that's how you'll know, and that's how it'll be. My other advice, read 2 books on skolokosophy so you know what you're staying away from, and then stay away from the rest of it. And if you're gonna sharpen up your own fet, make sure you dampen down your faust or beef up your tryst, because you'll stick out like a nun in a you-know-what. Never think the house is safer than the wood. Better lit is all. Pots of love, Daymare. The Sweet Bones, Brandkrug, June 28th, 1929. My dear Christopher, I'm so sorry. I would like to help, but I'm afraid that I cannot, and I'm afraid, in any case, that you've been terribly misled. The matter is a complex one, but I know how your heart must ache, so I wanted to begin by saying this, that I cannot help, but I will also explain. I know the ink that you describe. It exists. I shouldn't tell you even that, and for the sake of our friendship, I ask you to burn this letter after reading. The ink is called here Incastum Terminale, and it is a great treasure of the house. Its making is a closely guarded secret. Its use by any but the librarian is punished without mercy. When we become aware of delinquencies or abuse, we dispatch the fine-takers in their ultimate mode. Even I could not frivolously lay hands upon a sample of the Incastum without suffering the severest consequences. But most importantly, the Incastum is not what you have come to believe. Yes, it is used to curate the histories, which is why it is so carefully guarded, but it has no power in itself. It cannot change the past. I do not even think it is possible to change the past, not in the sense that you mean. There are many histories, as you yourself have written. The hours of the mantis determine what events are considered a history, and which histories are braided into the future in which you will read and burn this letter. But the hours are not all-knowing nor infallible. I do not think it is even accurate to call them gods, although we so often revert to that convention. I do not believe, and for this I am grateful, that there are such things as gods. They do not take direction, but they have been known to take advice. You may know that Hush House lies under the hand of certain hours. I have no wish to draw their attention, so I will not name them, but they are most of them those who seek to preserve the world as it is. In our own smaller way, that is also the goal of the Curia. The librarian of the house is provided with texts that qualify as material, the unintercised elements of proto-history, and they make their curations and determinations upon it. When they make those curations and determinations in the Incastum Terminale, the hours take note, and they value the librarian's opinion. If the librarian is of sufficient significance. So that is all the Encastum can do. When it is used in the right way by the right person in the right circumstances, it can draw the attention of the hours, and that is a very considerable thing. But it is not something you could use, as it were. It would not have the effect that you desire. I am sorry, my friend, she is lost to you. I can only offer this slender comfort. One that you love has that for which she so dearly wished, and you had your reasons not to follow, and those reasons, I think, are very noble. You cannot change the choices you have made. None of us can. But I earnestly believe that you both made choices you should not regret. The sea does not regret the tide, and after the tide withdraws, something always remains, which we call memory. In very deep affection, your friend, E. P.S. I know I can be an old bore, but for the third time, I must beg you to burn this letter. I think in the third game, you may actually be able to bring some resolution to that particular couple. Hush House, a visitor's guide by the Reverend Timothy MacDonald. 4d. Dear visitor, I would like to welcome you to Hush House, one of the unexpected treasures of our Cornish coast. I have set aside considerable time to research the 1,500 years of its history, and I am pleased to share the fruits of my researches with you. The history of the house is complicated and can be bewildering to the uninitiated. To ease you in, I have identified 5 distinct periods or phases in Hush House's history. Access to Hush House is by appointment. Please inquire at the rectory. I regret that tours are not possible at high tide, on church holidays, or while the moon is visible in the sky. All proceeds of the sale of this booklet or donations to tours will be donated to the St. Ronwin Trust for the Advancement of Education. Dawn Phase. In the 6th century, the Abbey of the Black Dove, sometimes called the Abbey of the White Crow, is established as a double foundation of monks and nuns, surprisingly common in those dark ages. 599 AD is traditionally celebrated as the date of the abbey's foundation, although I believe the island church of Our Lady Beneath, regrettably unsafe to visit due to flooding and subsidence, dates from the 3rd century. The abbey was subject to Danish raids on at least 2 occasions in the 9th century, although the raiders are also recorded as mercenaries quartered here against the incursions of Egbert of Wessex. One raider apparently becomes a brother of the abbey under the name Thomas and later rises to become abbot. Abbot Thomas evidently finds it difficult to leave his savage past behind and dies in circumstances too violent for me to describe here. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Solar Gothic phase. The splendid abbey church we see today, St. Brendan's, dates from the 11th century. The Watchman's Tower and its fortified gatehouse were built in wood as a protection against Saxon rebels after the conquest. They were later rebuilt in stone after the abbey gave shelter to a tree brought from Normandy by the new Earl of Cornwall. The tree is said to flower white, black, and red in consecutive springs. Perhaps, if you keep a sharp eye out, you can identify one of its descendants. Its substantial expansion in the 13th century was funded by an endowment from Eva de Braus, a noble lady of the Marches whose husband was hanged under undignified circumstances. The solarium and the chapter house date from this point. St. Brendan's is by now established as a center of learning and healing, and no doubt they were of assistance to Lady de Braus in some manner. The Winter Tower, later called the Long Tower, dates from 1322, curiously the same year as the collapse of the Tower of Ely Cathedral. The tower stands alone in the gardens and is fortified to no obvious end. I have examined what remains of its frescoes, and I believe it was built in dedication to the sun before dawn, according to the pre-Reformation solar traditions. The Barber's Tower was constructed in 1450 to house the healer Natan of Regensburg, as a sanctuary or perhaps a prison, since Natan is a learned but a Hebrew gentleman, and his people are regrettably unwelcome in the Kingdom of England at this time. The Crucible Tower dates from this a little later. The fire of 1929 has left this tower unsafe, and I recommend strongly against close inspection. Baronial phase. In 1537, as part of King Henry's reforms, John Tregonwell is appointed to investigate St. Brendan's. He uncovers evidence of indulgent, corrupt, and scandalous behavior. The monastery is dissolved, and the Isle of Brandcrew granted to Hendrik de Wolf, one of Tregonwell's captains, formerly a Guelders mercenary. De Wolf is clearly an uneducated and violent man, and he suppresses a local rebellion with intemperate brutality. One story tells of a local oracle who places a curse on De Wolf in revenge. There will be no seventh of his line. De Wulf has the man dragged before him, tells him there will be no second of yours, and unmans the oracle with his own knife. I gave you the link in Discord, but if you want to know the story behind it, I'm happy to share it after a little bit of gameplay, if you'd like. Nevertheless, the De Wulfs grow more temperate over time, and they treat the Abbey Church with respect, and their seat, Brankrug House, is the core of the other buildings that grace the Isle today. Thomas de Wulf, the second Baron, is nicknamed Baron Silence by the poets and playwrights of London. This, I believe, may be the origin of the later Hush House moniker. Thomas restores the Watchman's Tower and builds an observatory there in 1576, with some foresight since the Great Comet passes in 1577. His son Giles runs away with a Bristol girl, although he and his father are ultimately reconciled. The Bristol girl, named Haffren, has the pale hair and eyes notable in later De Wulfs. The third Baron, Walter, remodels much of the interior of Brankrug House. Many of his innovations have been lost beneath later work, but you can still admire the grand ascent that unites the house's various levels. Walter supports King Charles in the Civil War, but in 1648, Walter's son Brian is hanged for treason by that same king's men. Walter's heart bursts with sorrow, and his son, post-mortem, receives a special dispensation to be buried with his father. You may see their gravestones to this day just to the west of the church. In the 1650s, the fourth Baron Musgrave, the Lamb de Wulf, restores the Winter Tower as a residence for Julian Cosley, the scholar and antiquary who assists with the cataloguing and expansion of the library. Musgrave's son Gideon is wickedly nicknamed the Motley Baron for his odd and brindled appearance, and so the Motley Tower, once the Barber's Tower, wins its name. The sixth and last Baron is Valentine, an eccentric gentleman who builds the Gullscry Tower to house his aviary collection. When Valentine falls to his death from the tower top, his daughter Ava inherits the estate at the age of 19. Educated visitors, who already know the name of Ava de Wulf, the Pale Lady, who quite a figure at court. Alas, she is engaged to a rapscallion named Abraham Wheellock, who abandons her at the altar. Ava returns to Brankrug to recover and is not seen at court again. However, 3 days after her departure, Wheellock's body is found on the beach near Gravesend. His face is so badly pecked by birds that he is only identified by his belongings. These include a waxed pouch containing a letter addressed to Wheellock, whose contents seem to show that he is a spy in the pay of the Austrians. I suspect the matter has been over-egged, but Lady Ava would no doubt would have found it all something of a relief. Lady Ava never marries. She opens her library and draws visitors from across Europe and beyond. Some of these visitors are selected by peculiar and exacting criteria to attend sophisticated feasts in her Hall of Division. Others are drawn by Lady Ava's reputation for scholarship, including the notorious Franklin Bancroft, whose deep friendship with Ava inspires wicked gossip. The Curia phase. Lady Ava's heir, Captain Sebastian de Wulf, is drowned in a battle against the French at Kyburn Bay. Lady Ava comes to a tragic end and the de Wulf line ends. Brankrug House is all but abandoned, and the caves beneath the island become a smuggler's haunt. But in 1785, a group of scholars acquires the deed to the de Wulf state, establishing the Curia of the Isle as an institution for the preservation of knowledge. Ambrose Westcott, Kitty Mazarine, Solomon Husher, all these names are... and yes, water-stained and unreadable past this point. And the last one, Proposition at Noon, Hotel Ciervo, Mendicant Street, Port Noon, April 12th, 1932. Christopher Darling, here I am in Port Noon, although the locals prefer Plain Noon. It's smaller than I expected, but I suppose most things are, the mantis is accepted. I spent the morning poking around. The houses are white, the hills are green, the air is golden, and the sea won't settle on one color. The sun is punishing. I've bought a bigger hat. And this afternoon I saw the spring. I'd expected to be better guarded, but I suppose the locals are guard enough. The power and cunning and history downstairs in the hotel bar just now is probably enough to mop up half the lodges on the continent. But there was a rusty iron fence, an unlocked gate, a sign which needs repainting. I didn't drink. I'm in no hurry to be forgotten. Nor did I take a sample. I wasn't alone. I know what you're going to say, be careful, and I am being careful, but everyone here seems so old. I don't mean they look old, they all look long, which is to say they all have limber bodies of well-kept gentry on the precipice of late middle age. But they move with caution and speak with deliberation, and they do like to reminisce. We had thought of noon as exile, but it's more like retirement. They always pay their respects to the sun here. At dawn, they'll lift a glass of tea or a coffee cup, and at sunset, they'll pour out a little wine. It's not exactly a religious effect. It's more like the due that one owes an absent friend. Talking of which, I hear that our acquaintance is still on the island. She lives in the halls, but she comes down into town for tin goods and toiletries. I have enough funds to wait for a couple... Excuse me. I have enough funds to wait for a couple of weeks. If she makes an appearance, I'll put out a proposition to her. If she doesn't, well, I'll think of something. I am being careful. I know you don't believe me, but I set the locks and draw the wards each night before I think of you. Kisses, TG. A happy ending after all. Well, sort of. So, I mean, it doesn't directly answer your question in terms of the state of the role of the librarian, and obviously some of this stuff you will you'll get when you click on some of the rooms. So, stores at the time of the Prayer Book Rebellion in 1549, Hendrik used this room as a prison cell for unfortunate locals, including the cunning man and rebel ringleader Red William, who had boasted of the curse he had placed on Hendrik's heirs. There will be no seventh of his line. There was a story told in Brandkrug village that Hendrik came to speak with the imprisoned William in person. There will be no second of your line, he told him, and had him gilded there in this very cell and cast into the darkness of the caves below the house. There is another story that Eva de Wolf once answered an importunate suitor by bringing him here to this room and pointing out a stain upon the stones. So some of it is stories about Brandkrug, about Hush House, but some of them are also just, some of them give you a little bit more of an idea of the role of the librarian, more so than what you sometimes get from the various books. But again, there's no direct answer to your question in terms of the special status of the librarian. I don't think they would count as celebrities. But of course, you're also dealing with a game. There's Teresa's letter at the very end, and this idea of the spring at noon, which causes you to be forgotten. Well done, Oswin. So I know again the designer talked about the game, so I know a little bit in terms of what the emojis mean. I'm delighted you are enjoying that though. I was really happy when I got to catch up with him again after I knew that you were you'd benefit from it. So. But obviously that's not an easy name for me to remember on my own, so it took me a while to get it back. But yeah, so in this case here, right, like fame doesn't quite mean the same thing in a game where there are secrets and there are maybe forces that you want to be hidden from. But hopefully that gives you enough to chew on in terms of thinking about the role that the librarian plays. All right, we've got our money from... It is, yeah. I did not get an impression that it was an easy game by any stretch of the imagination. So let's get on with cooking. This is a dark marrow. In Brandkrug, they take their marrows seriously. This is a marrow with secrets. I actually have a bunch of these, so I should probably use them to feed a chicken at some point. But I have certainly more than enough as far as vegetable sacks go and elements of the soul. So we're going to keep going until we draw a... Oops, I ate this. Eat it, there'll be nothing left, but you might enjoy the meal. So that was a mistake. All right. Oh, the Affair of the Royal Endeavor. This is a fun one. So this is going to be one where, so the new king has sanctioned the use of the crown's wealth to fund a visionary new industrial project, one that will transform our economy and furnish the kingdom with a sense of patriotic mission. Parliament, dazzled, has already passed the Royal Endeavour Act, mandating the construction of the necessary facilities, though the details remain in some respects vague. I am about to get a taste memory, that's right. Oh yeah, fire away, Oswin. I'm always happy to help. So what I'm going to try and do here is invite as many Forge and Lantern guests as I can, but what I'd like to do first is focus on preparing the salon. So normally I'd be investigating different parts of the house, but at this point I need to get the ingredients. Fresh and hearty. Oh, actually, it's a scent. My apologies, Lord Gloom. All right, let's try that again. But this time we won't eat the vegetables. We will inspect the vegetables. Identify as a marrow. This is a marrow. Promising. An acrid marrow. In Brandkrug, they take their marrows seriously. This is not a marrow conducive to harmony. It's a little early for me to try and do some more gardening, but I think I'll probably, when summer comes, I might draw up a few more. Pale marrow. In Brandkrug, they take their marrows seriously. This is a marrow redolent of sorrow. There's a room that seems to require a memory to open, correct, and it can't be weather. I can't figure it out, and I've been stuck for a while. Yeah, so this is definitely... there's a couple of rooms which will be sort of checks to see how your crafting goes. So I can give you a direct, I can give you a direct answer if you would like one. But the first thing that I'll assure you is that there are memories that you can craft that satisfy it. So if I take a look just directly in my my inventory right now, and Earthside wouldn't work because it's only 2. I believe that room requires a memory of 3 or higher. The Hive's Lament will work though, so that has 4 nectar. Oh, actually, I can't remember if nectar is one that you can use in that room. The Occult Scrap doesn't work because it's only 2s. The Curious Hunch has 4 knock, 3 lantern, and 3 moth, so I believe the lantern and the moth will... Oh, sorry, and 3 heart. These would help you out. And then I also have the Newman, the Final Understanding. Now, chances are you're not going to have a Newman at this point. But it's 5 Rose, 5 Sky, and 5 Winter. So... what I think that room is specifically trying to do is be the check for whether or not you figured out that you can produce memories through skills. So I'm going to show you a memory that actually won't solve that puzzle first. So I believe if you do the Edict's Liminal, so you need Moth for that one. You also need a memory. So in this case, you can make a name day riddle. And in this case, Edict's Liminal with Scholar level Moth plus a memory creates a name day riddle. Now the challenge for this one is I believe it gives you 3 knock and 2 moth, or it might be the other way around, 3 moth and 2 knock. In any case, this is one that is, for me, usually the first higher level memory that I wind up making, but I believe it's also the one that the 3 aspect is one that isn't part of that room. So the step along the way that I can give you is to say what you will probably find through experimentation is that the memories that you can get through crafting at the first level, the apprentice level, will not be sufficient to open that room. However, if you experiment with the scholar level, which in this case what you need to do is you need to have 10 of the relevant aspects. So in this case, knock or moth, moth for the name day riddle, and then a specific sort of ingredient. In the case of the name day riddle, it's moth, or say it's a memory. And I'll tell you, for most memories, it's actually memory, but you can also get a little bit of a hint if you go to the apprentice level, and it'll say Edict's Liminal with apprentice level Moth creates Tanglebrag, Or for a scholar level recipe, if I work with memory, I'll remember a riddle instead. So the hint here doesn't necessarily tell you that you're getting a more powerful memory, but it does sort of indicate what you can do to get to that level 10 one. So ultimately, this is kind of the skill check, if you will, to get a let's say a tier 2 memory, one of those ones that gives you that higher number of aspects. And if you want me to just like come right out and say it, I'm happy to tell you a couple of the skills that will give you the memories that you need to solve that room, because I don't want, like, I think it's nice to give people the opportunity to solve some stuff, but I never want to be to a point where I'm being unhelpful in terms of the guidance in the name of preserving the mystery. But I figure, you can't unring the bell, so I let people sort of opt into the degree of help that they want. All right, we've got our game chips. Yep, no, that's exactly what it's doing. There'll be another one that wants you to give ink as well. So generally you'll have ink lying around the house, unless you like use every resource that you have available to you. But there's another one about crafting ink that you'll run into as well. Yeah, no problem. And again, like you have my contact info, so if you need if you need more guidance, like, never hesitate. If you want to leave a comment on a YouTube video, if you want to send something on Discord, like I've never gotten upset with someone asking questions, because I really like sharing and talking about this game, and I let people opt in to the news, or to the information, but I never want to be annoying in terms of just being like, ha ha ha, I know a secret you don't. Okay, let's try and get that marrow. I'm doing such a good job of making this look like a compelling game. It's full of reading letters and and trying to get vegetables. We've just heard a lot of in-game history, but what is the present year in this game? I believe it's 1939. Let me just take a minute to double check. It's actually the year, the date, and the opening is, I believe, specifically when the Rhineland's occupied. Sorry, 1936. So yeah, I believe the specific... So the very beginning of the game, you wash up on St. Brendan's Cove. So March 7th, 1936, you're supposed to be the librarian of Hush House, but there is a storm that destroys your ship. You wash up on shore with your soaked journal, and need to sort of... The tutorial for the game is basically finding out how to make your way to Brandkrug Village. And you are specifically the librarian of Hush House, sent to restore the Hush House after it was abandoned in a fire. But when you arrive, it actually seems surprisingly intact. And so the first largest part of the game, I'm actually way on into the end game of this, but essentially part of the game is unlocking all of these rooms and sort of figuring out a bit of the story of the house. And ultimately you do find out what the fire was. But it definitely sort of leaves a few breadcrumbs for you, saying, it's like, didn't somebody mention a fire at some point? Another dark marrow. All right. Disappointment abounds. This is also a follow-up to a game called Cultist Simulator, which I think takes place around the 1920s, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe late 20s. That one is a bit more ambiguous in terms of the year that it takes place in, but there's actually also a third game, which I feel, in the name of supporting these developers, I'll drop a Steam link. Just give me a second here. So when we're talking about the game history, the history for this game is actually continued. This, I think, is a really cool premise for a game. So this is sort of following... People have been begging these developers to make a conventional... Okay, conventional would be the wrong word, but a CRPG of sort of the Baldur's Gate model, and they were definitely inspired by Disco Elysium. So the continuation and probably the last entry in this setting, called The Secret Histories, takes place about a decade later. So the description on the, I might as well put up the display capture here. A CRPG from the creator of Cultist Simulator, Book of Hours, Sunless Sea, and Fallen London. Europe, 1948. Myth-scarred ruins. Night sky abysses. Chitinous cities embrace the change or struggle against plagues of leaf and amber. The golden incorporates of the U.S. wage a cold war against the star-touched ministries of the USSR. And there you are, guiding a carnival of wry, bold, complex characters through a seaside sanitarium, alpine castle, grave, hive, lignified cityscape. 12 years ago, in the deep Krakow winter, you were hollowed out by the worms from under the world, so you had to go away for a while. You're back, and you've brought something with you, something curled inside you, something that will open the way where others can't go. Quote, the world breaks everyone, and afterward many are strong at the broken places. Hemingway. Traveling at Night is a dialogue-driven, choices-matter, combat-free CRPG in the tradition of isometric greats like Disco Elysium, Planescape Torment, and Fallout 1 and 2. 40-plus hours of notably replayable noir myth narrative, guide an occult carnival on a pilgrimage to locate buried power that could alter the balance of the Cold War. Assign that power as you see fit. Your past is long, and it's not done with you yet. Your heart tells you one thing, and the night another. Are you driven by remorse, compassion, ambition? The decision is yours. So, the history of this game has sort of been... There's definitely, from even the first game, there's definitely been indicators in terms of sort of the Second World War. There's already hints of the Great War having already happened. But I'm actually very intrigued by the idea of sort of the occult Cold War in this setting. Hey, we got our golden marrow. In Brandkrug, they take their marrow seriously. This one is accounted a beauty among its kind. Let's cook it. Now, that game's not going to be coming out for a while, but in terms of setting, there's definitely lots of little details and nooks and crannies to run around. And I found with Book of Hours, there was some stuff that I hadn't really been considering in Cultist Simulator that gained a certain relevance after I played this one. So, and I realize, Underwater Monk, that you're coming in both late game in this, but to a setting that's completely new to you. So I'm sure you've noticed I don't shy away from absolutely endless explanation. So if you do have any questions just in general, like what the point of this game is, or anything else, I'm happy to try and answer as best as I can. I think we've investigated everything in here. I don't think we looked at these paintings though, so I'll just do this while we run through the day, and then we'll host the salon tomorrow. And then I don't need to worry about finishing the affair of the Royal Endeavour until the end of... Oh, it's summer, so I can do some gardening as well. Sorry, for some reason I thought it was spring. Carrots, tomatoes, marrows, and blessed onions. All the unsung heroes of the stew pot. Right, there's our stuffed golden marrow. This marrow was accounted a beauty among its kind. Now it's a dish for those who understand fidelity. So I'll pour the drinks in a little bit. Actually, I should probably do that now, but let me just get the gardening done. Okay, so I know we've got a couple of these already done. So we have the cocoa for Coquille, a half pot here. Daymare needs knock, so usually we do Cater and Hero second flush of Sam. Okay. I only see one more pack, so I think I should probably order some more, but we can at least brew it here. And bring water to the boil. Permit the potential here to express itself. So that'll cover Daymare. Now, Schaller needs heart, so that's really just a glass of water and we're good. Place that right away. Actually, I'll just put these on the shelf. Aaron also needs moon. Sorry, he needs moon, so we can pour another glass of water there. And then Douglas needs lantern, so I don't see any reason why I shouldn't just use the Dawn Lion coffee here. That'll free up the pot of tea for the next time we invite Daymare. Okay, it's 1 isle water. Or it's 2 isle water. That'll pour this out again. And TRN Spices and Savors Department markets this as the secret sacrament of the last Inca. The first end, a single candle burns against darkness. Its flame is the crescent moon. Okay, so that we're just leaving aside so that I can use that if I need. And once we have the tea done, we should have everything ready for the salon. I'll do a quick audit just to make sure that all of the drinks are present and accounted for, but we should be ready to go shortly after. I can also speed it up, but I figure it doesn't hurt to investigate the parts of the house that we haven't done yet, because we know we'll do the salon before the end of the night. Okay. Steam and scent both rise. It's ready. So put one on the shelf and then the other we can pour out. Alright, another of Nina Lagase's. The wheel still turns. A shining spoked wheel with a vaguely organic look turns beneath a full moon that holds her finger to her lips. I particularly like the curtains in front of some of these. Okay, so it's Daymare's drink. It should be 5 of each aspect, food and drink wise, so I will just double check that I have that. Okay, so the second flush Assam connects to the game chips, the Dawn Lion coffee connects to the stuffed golden marrow, the Isle water connects to the onion soup, the other Isle water connects to the rosehip sponge cake, and TRN Limited Drinking Cocoa connects to the Jug Pheasant. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drinks. We have a starter, a main, a side dish, and a pudding, and then the stuffed golden marrow's surplus, so we should be good for the salon tomorrow. Our benefactress, evidently someone who donated to the Curia but preferred to remain anonymous. She's wearing a little silver brooch fashioned in the shape of a cat's head. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. So I should also explain for anybody who's new to the game here, I started this back in the beta for this. Weather Factory was kind enough to give me, well, not just give me a key to test, but specifically allowed me to broadcast that testing. But one of the drawbacks is because I do play the game rather slowly, I've got to the point where I would normally be finishing the base game, but because the House of Light expansion added the Lighthouse Institute, we're actually still looking to fill the last of these roles. So In this case here, what I've decided to do is I've trying to force the new events, and then what I do is I invite every guest who potentially could have an interaction with it. Now I'm not doing that right now because I want to invite people over for a salon, and we'll deal with that first. But this is kind of why I'm just sort of sitting around the house not doing a whole lot, because in the previous episodes we've already read every single one of the books. We've shelved and reshelved the library. We've read all of the descriptions of the rooms. The only thing I haven't done is actually gone through each of the individual objects of the house. So while I wait for things to move through, what I'll usually do is just investigate a few of the objects, because they sometimes reveal things about the house. As above, so below, a framed page of illustrated vellum. Up close, the colors dazzle and puzzle. A handwritten slip of paper reads, Abbess Melissenth, 1100. Melissenth's work was sometimes reckoned too radiant for the eye. In fact, what I can do while I just let the evening go by, we're waiting for morning before I send out these invitations. So for Lantern and Forge individuals, so Corso, Douglas, Hokebald, Olympi, Serena, and Fraser, I think. I'll double check that, because I would have thought that Arthur Moore. Yeah, Arthur Moore is also Lantern. Okay, we actually have a few people we need to invite. I may need more than one day to satisfy all their curiosity. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So, we want to get the salon done, so we will send out the mail. I'm also unlikely to use my health during the salon, so we'll send out or we'll make a little bit of money. Patience, thus the mountain awaits the fall of the snow, thus Monday awaits the death of the weekend, thus the postmistress waits for me to purchase the necessary stamp. Stamp, envelope, send. So we'll take a minute for each of these individuals to arrive at the house. Nope. And Oriflammes. Oriflammes, established 1776. Sense, Signs, Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase The World Despoiled. So a 6 moon, and it costs 3 of the tally price. So I'll just give him one of our many gold spintria. Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. I'll maybe read that after I handle the the memories I get from the salon. Now, in terms of people we've seen through the letters, obviously Daymare appeared in 2 of them. I'm trying to remember if... I think Eason has one of them, but I don't think Peel, Douglas, or Schaller show up. So we'll be seeing at least one of the people who wrote those letters that we were reading. You'll probably recognize it through her dialogue if we get a chance to hear her. I think I can also afford to use the whisk at the Sweet Buns. Help with letters. I can offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Okay, Douglas has arrived. Dr. Aaron Peel has arrived. Father Stanislav John Schaller has arrived. Daymare has arrived. And Princess Kokil Amirajibi. Now we're going to wait for the afternoon. That's what will get me the extra encounter. There we go. Midday before the Great Division, this was the sixth... Excuse me. This was the 6th hour, when the priests led hymns to the sun and splendor. Now noon, as they say, is not as it was. Perhaps the new king will change that. So we're hosting a salon in the refectory. Here the whole curia used to meet, the librarian and the secretary solvent, vigilant, and enigmatic, sometimes even the secretary nunciant, though the duties of that office usually kept him away from the house. But there's only ever been one secretary persistent, and she never liked to eat in company. That was in the good times of the curia's heyday. In later years, the governor of the jail would sit at one end, the librarian at the other, and the clock would tick away the long silences between their words. We will be entertaining D.I. Douglas Moore, the detective illuminate of the Suppression Bureau, a stoic but weary fellow. His dearest wish is to move to Chingford and grow roses, but the buggers won't let him retire. Dr. Aaron Peel, exile, riddlemonger, thunderskin devotee, I'd rather say confidant. Impeccably dressed, but always in dark clothing so the stains don't show. Dark the dressings too, at his ankles and his wrists. I won't take a seat. It's kind of you to offer. It would be unkind of me to accept. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest, diplomat, gardener, a soft-voiced man with a very steady gaze. So he's also inspired, so he will help us out with the Lighthouse Institute if we so choose. Daymare, Grafin Federica Dagmar Sophia Teresa Helena Begina von Nagelsberg, if you prefer. She doesn't. And Princess Kokil Amirajibi, artist, socialite, burglar, an unspeakably charming woman with a particular knack for getting adopted. And they will be enjoying onion soup, just enough tang to tantalize, a jugged pheasant, the hunter's reward, game chips. Long before fish and chips, these went crunchily with game. Ideally, you'd want bread sauce and bread crumbs to complete the ensemble, but honestly, it's hard enough not to just stuff these directly into your mouth. Rosehip sponge cake, Rosa rugosa, the beach rose, is often regarded as a foreign interloper on European shores, but this cake is a strong argument for our hospitality. And finally, the stuffed golden marrow. This marrow was accounted a beauty among its kind. Now it's a dish for those who understand fidelity. And they will be washing it all down with a cup of Don Lion coffee, coffee from beyond the great deserts, Isle water from Brandkrug's Deep Springs, TRN Limited Drinking Cocoa. TRN Spices and Savors Department markets this as the secret sacrament of the last Inca, and Cater and Hero Second Flush Assam, tea from the land of the real unicorn, imported by Cater and Hero. The room where once the Curia met, a fitting venue for a salon. My guests take their places for lunch. Keep an eye on the salon as it progresses. You will need to add soul cards to encourage the conversation to flow. Different guests will need different soul cards. The more guests, the longer the salon will last. Formal meal. Lunch and supper last longer than less formal salons, allowing you an extra interaction between your guests, plus time remaining. Reasoned discussion. Raise a complex question. Add a whist card. That is not whist. I should also explain, too, that these elements of the soul you can think of almost as an RPG as attributes, but there are 9 elements of the soul. Douglas turns to Kokil and shakes his head sadly. Warrant out for you. If you leave early, I'll give you a head start. Sergeant Heaton's already picked up your driver at the Sweet Bones. You'll have to try the cliffs. He watches Kokil's eyes widen, waits for the count of 3, and says with great satisfaction, "Oh no, I was thinking of someone else." After that, the two of them get on very well indeed. I'm really warming to Douglas. I think Reverend Timothy's probably still my favorite character, but spice up the conversation. Add an Arab card. Pride, compassion, hatred, and fear, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. Okay, I'm just going to make a note of that. So, with these guests, the Arab didn't produce anything. So that's indecisive because... So I'm thinking the most likely candidates would be Coquille and Daymare or Coquille and Peel. And of course, Coquille is the one more likely to have the Arab result. Conversation ebbs and flows. Invite a challenge. Add a metal card. Will, self-discipline, that part of us which makes the right choice. The conversation dwelt on solutions and separations. Okay. Again, making another note of that. Mansa's Tales. Ask about dreams. Add a FET card. Interesting, so that's 3 in a row. It's a bit of a bust in terms of getting more lore, but I'm at least narrowing down the possibility. Okay, another FET. I wonder if, because it's asking me for another FET, if it's just going to be the conversation dwelt on a subject. Oh no. I mean, I suppose at the minimum we did have that fun interaction between Coquille and the weary detective. Raise a complex question, add a whist card. Interesting, okay. A lively meal concludes. My guests leave happy. You gain an additional potent memory. So that wasn't very representative of what the salons are like. Definitely, I think I should get a different group of people. So one of the things that I was originally doing was getting this particular group because it maximized the number of people that I know had some established connection. So it was Douglas and Aaron Peel, Douglas and Stanislav John Schaller, Daymare and Coquille, Aaron and Coquille, and Douglas and Coquille. And it may be that actually all of these have been exhausted now. Satisfaction. Some appetites are easier to satisfy than others. Our curious hunch. And then, of course, we're going to have to put a lot of effort into leveling all these up, but that's not a problem. Okay. Now, before I dedicate too much time to working out the details in terms of how I'm going to level these things up, what I want to do first is put together the invitations for the Affair of the Royal Endeavor. So I think maybe the first thing I'll look at, we've got Lala Jaima, who is Edge and Rose, and Zachary Wakefield is Knock and Winter. So both of these characters are not going to want to interact with the current event. I believe Arthur Moore will. But before we do that, let's just do this in order so I don't lose track. So Corso Riverte would be the first one. I believe he needs Lantern to get invited. So we'll grab the writing case. So again, I'm looking for anybody with a Lantern or Forge interest for the Affair of the Royal Endeavor. Yvette is Moon and Winter. Zachary, Knock and Winter, we already said that. Aaron Peel is Moon and Moth. But Douglas is Lantern and Hearth, so we'll be inviting him back. Margot is Grail and Sky. Peel is Moon and Moth. Shalar is heart and nectar. Aladdin is rose and scale. Beastus is heart and sky. Azita is edge, sky, and grail. It's the only character who seems to have 3. Lala, edge, and rose. Arthur, edge, and lantern. Coquille, grail, and knock. Dagmar, knock and rose. Eason, heart and sky. Fraser is lantern and scale, so that one we need the scale for. I wonder how I'm going to do that, actually. I actually don't think there's a way for me to incorporate enough scale at the governor's desk. Cool, I learned something. Okay, well, we don't need to stand on ceremony. It's not that hard for me to add the scale. There you go. At this point, I'd use the typewriter just because I don't want to make the ink to invite everybody. So that's Fraser. Oh, for heaven's sake, I forgot Hokabald and Olympi. Sorry, Hokabald, Olympi, and Serena. An afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers to the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay, so Hokabald is a special case because he will only respond to letters written in Orpiment Exultant. So request Hokabald's presence. I think Olympi requires Moth and Serena. I don't remember if Serena's a forge or a moth. We'll find out. Well, that's Olympi. The other thing too is I can actually send out these invitations right now because we just need to talk to the people. Alright, I'm gonna try Forge for Serena. That's it. Alright. So while I'm doing the lessons, we'll have our conversations with Corso, Douglas, so on and so forth. And then anybody who, oh dear. Anybody who we're in danger of losing for taking too long, we can just put them up in one of the guest beds. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. I probably should have kept the satisfaction, but I think I'll live. Okay, that should hopefully cover everyone. Nope, nope. Olympi. Okay, so while I'm doing that, I'm also going to follow through on my earlier goal of sort of working on the lessons that I've got. So the rule that I've been applying here, basically just because I have far more than I need in terms of the levels, is level up the lowest skill that isn't an ink skill or a language. And then if there's nothing else that I can do, then I'll take care of the other ones. So Sacralamea would be a good example of something that I do for the Ramsund. I'm just going to make a quick note of that. I don't think we're going to host another salon today, but I am going to take those notes that I wrote and see if I can... I'm going to see if I can find out if there's any other interactions that I should work out. But for now, so Ramsund will be used to level up Sacralamea. Surgeries and exsanguinations is heart and knock. So I think we are stuck leveling up level 8 stuff. So edicts, liminal, and preliminal meter. Now one problem here is edicts liminal is going to want moth, but so is Sacralamea. The good news is that Sacralamea takes sky, so we can sort of front load a whole bunch of music for that. Surgeries. So then we're going to do preliminal meter. Inks of Revelation, so that's a lantern and a moth. I think for that it'll actually just level itself up, so... Solutions and separations is knock and moth, so it's kind of the same problem that we had before. So we've already got edicts liminal and preliminal meter going up to level 9. So I suppose the next on the list would be rights of the roots. I actually expect that one's going to be kind of hard. And then the final one, Pearl and Tide, so Moon and Rose. I think probably I'll just use it to level itself up. So Wolf Stories is the only one we don't have at level 8. So there's a couple things that I can do to make my life a little bit easier. What I'm going to do first is queue up all of the lessons, and then we'll worry about helping people out with the Affair of the Royal Endeavour. Because I have the 2 phonographs, that'll help me out with the sky. The sunny day also helps out with this. So the first thing I want to do is just try and generate as much sky as I can without using the books. I think we'll use our old friend Opening the Sky, and we'll use FET for that. Actually, you know what? Let's use a health, because I tend not to use that for things. And then we'll go over to the phonograph that Thirza installed, i.e. they did that after release. And I think we'll do the good old-fashioned Lake Fusino recording. So that gets me the Cheerful Ditty and the Beguiling Melody. And then the other thing that I can do here is if I take the grand piano, I can get a Wistful Air. I don't have to use, or yeah, actually, it's Sky that gets me the Wistful Air. I don't have a book that gets me a Wistful Air, so... Okay, so let's focus on we'll focus on Sacralamea first. So that's every source that I can get for Sky and Moth. And I'm going to assume that I can't talk to someone to get me memories because we're going to be satisfying everybody's curiosity about the affair of the Royal Endeavor. So we've already got the Beguiling Melody on the way. So Moth and Sky. Okay, impulses will get me the Moth. I'm trying to remember where I left this off. I think we'll just go from the start and read Traveling at Night Volume 1. This is Ava's desk, so we usually use Era for that. Okay, so impulse contradictions don't help. Confounding parables do help, though, so we'll start with 108. That has Sky aspect. Hindsight doesn't give me Moth or Sky. Neither does Bittersweet Certainty. Earth signs. Storms has Sky, though. As will Savage Hymn. And the intuitions don't really help us. Revelations don't. I probably should have taken a look to see if there's anything that the films would help with, but they don't. Okay, so I should have taken stock. So we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have just enough for Sacralamea. That's a good start. And then, of course, we have the Sunny Day as a surplus, so I might want to double check here. We can still use that for Inks of Revelation. Okay. So I'm going to skip over the Edict's Liminal because that's going to have a conflict. It's basically going to want Knock and Moth, and because I'm already generating the Moth for Sacralamea, it's not really going to help me. Preliminal Meter, on the other hand, needs Knock and Rose, so I think we can work with that, although there's still a bit of a conflict because we get Rose from Confounding Parable as well. But I believe the Secret Threshold will get me a knock. Actually, I believe it'll get me a Rose as well as a Knock. Stolen Secrets will also... Hang on. Well, Stolen Secrets I can get from a phonograph, but I've already used up the phonographs, so we will read a book for that. Karashim Portalan, or, well, whatever book gets me Gossip. Gossip is Rose and Grail, so that's another one that's going to work for us. And we're starting to run out of slots. What do I have the most of? Let's say Whist. Okay, so... Rose and Knock. Well, patterns will work, so... And the last one I can use is the Consider verb. We're not going to have access to that in the future because we're going to be using it to level something up, but we can at least get the salt for the knock that will give us. Okay, so it's going to take us a minute to read all of those books, but in 30 seconds we'll be helping out Corso with the Affair of the Royal Endeavor, and Olympi is on her way. I suppose if I want, I can keep earning some money at the Sweet Bones. There's not much work on offer in Brancrude, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. It's kind of covering the cost of the postage, I suppose. So we're going to have a bit of a surplus in terms of guests for a little while. Did Corso receive my invitation? Signor Corso Reverti, manuscript hunter, legacy scavenger, mercenary? Many would question his ethics, few would deny his acuteness. don't need an appointment, do I? The affair of the Royal Endeavour, just a reminder here, the new king has sanctioned the use of the Crown's wealth to fund a visionary new industrial project, one that will transform our economy and furnish the kingdom with a sense of patriotic mission. Parliament, dazzled, has already passed the Royal Endeavour Act, mandating the construction of the necessary facilities, although the details remain in some respects vague. On the Royal Endeavour, the new king's got a lot of Continental Powers nervous, librarian, so a friend of a friend has asked me to drop by and do a little reassuring research. So Corso needs a 4-lantern text. I'm not a spy. Spies don't go to libraries. Just a paid researcher. Doing my bit for world peace. Mind if I take a look around? Okay. I'm trying to remember. We should have a 4-lantern text. I think it's traveling at... No, it's not traveling at night. Locksmith's Dream, maybe. Or maybe not. Yep, there we go. I'll be honest, librarian. I don't think anything I've found will reassure our foreign friends. Well, if they don't start a war, I won't either. Good luck with your new king. Oh. Douglas has a sneaking fondness for Coquille, which he will certainly put aside if he ever has to arrest her. I didn't notice this before. Lieutenant Arthur Thomas Moore, retired, hero, pilgrim, traitor. He'll always be a soldier, but never again can he only be a soldier. This is somebody we have inspired and will join the Lighthouse Institute if it comes to it. Fraser Strathcoyne, philanthropist, collector, former librarian, complicated man, but not a cruel one. Magister Hokebald, metallurgist, gourmet, corrupted immortal, and supposedly a long-ago king's byblow. Dr. Serena Blackwood, one-time librarian of Hush House, one-time librarian of the Invisible Serapeum in Alexandria, and currently what exactly? Serena is closed-mouthed, but I know that she has worked with the St. Ronwin Trust. I forgot that Serena was inspired as well. Alright, we have a bunch of books that we have read, so I think I'll probably just use the tooltip. Traveling at Night, Volume 1, The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Olopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. The wood lies outside the walls of the Mansus. As any student of the histories knows, the Mansus has no walls. Olopoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to a dream wood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love. But I did find a secret that helped. 108. Ava de Wolf discourses on the Fifth History, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it, the Great Hooded Princes, the Knocklong who ascended under the Mother of Ants, but now, so Ava claims, honor the Horned Axe. The Great Hooded Princes call their library the Tomb of Lies, and this has given rise to a foolish tradition that the princes are habitual liars. Of course, in fact, truth flourishes when lies are slain. On the other hand, the princes do not say knowledge is power, but rather power is knowledge. Ava has, to her regret, never visited the library. She notes that it is said to be west of the Lion and north of Victory, and suggests that although the princes are generally associated with India, their library might be further east. Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials. In the original myth, Marsyas lost the musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. The skin of Marsyas gives oracles and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Cybele use it for a drum. At the climax, the striking of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestesses to suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestess on the beauty of mountain pines. The Lake Fusino recordings of the folk dances of the Fusine marshes, the wailing of flutes, the soaring of drums, cries like birds lost in the marshes. These are the songs the sisters sang to the witch, that the Thunderskin roared to the sky, the songs with which the Duendazons of the Mansus keep their vigil. Once heard, they are not forgotten. The Temptations of Architecture, the antiquarian and nyctodromist Ambrose Westcott writes, writes of the dangers of doors with particular reference to a house in the bounds named Treowin, which I feel still obligated to remind everyone. Treowin is a real place which actually does host a live event. I think it's under the Sixth History license now, called The Locksmith's Dream, which is actually set in the world of this. No doubt they have come to regret the ambitions of their winding stair even now in Treowin. A silver sea is unwisely visible from a rash window. Westcott explains that the wheel locks, the charge holders of Treowin, have had recourse to dramatic measures to prevent Oniric encroachment, removing the entire top floor of the building. Nevertheless, he writes, the business of the Moon Hall has begun to touch the other business of the house. The account of Kanishk at the Spider's Door. Loch Kahuli, Kanishk's victim and lover, wrote this account, perhaps posthumously. Kanishk sought to become a name. In pursuit of that end, he made Loch Kahuli the vessel of his appetites, promising Loch that they would ascend together. At the Spider's Door, he betrayed his lover. The Chiliarch listened to it happen and then forced Kanishk into his service. The Chiliarch cannot be denied. Loch Kahuli remained to write this work and to describe the outer magics of struggle and contest. Singlefoot songs. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time on the slopes of Hwashan, near the Grove of Green Immortals, but never too near. Schaller's relations with the grove are cautious. It's a library of the tree, but under the hand of the hour named Applebright. In time, however, Schaller becomes more sympathetic to the Applebright, which he suggests causes harm only when so invited. The Singlefoots of the title are one-horned, one-footed hill things with sweet but powerful voices, powerful enough to open the mountain. The Singlefoots sometimes trample pilgrims, sometimes heal them, sometimes coerce them to enter the mountain and become Singlefoots. Schaller explains that when he found this last becoming too tempting, he decided to return to his homeland. Wistful air, let it rise in head and heart. The Carisham Portolan, a beautifully illustrated, heavily annotated portolan, a nautical atlas of ports and destinations. It quickly becomes clear that many of its destinations no longer exist or never existed in the traditional sense, but the annotations remain fascinating. The routes to Noon, the long sanctuary across the Western Sea, may remain viable. Of course, this is where Teresa was writing from in that last letter. 2 pages have been gummed together. When teased apart, they reveal a route to Ye's Behind the Wave, marked in red and gold inks with heavily underlined writings. Here the final city, strike the hours, lest earth and sky break open. Opening the Sky, an unusual recording of Varro's Opening the Sky, composed for the coronation of the new king, Henry IX. The record bears the suppression stamp expunge. The first movement is soft, autumnal. The second, unsettling, febrile. The third is bright, soaring, rapturous. The fourth movement is glassy, slithering, and tintinnabulous icicle rattle. The fifth returns to the theme of the third, bright and rapturous once again, but this is a choral movement. It becomes apparent, though, that these are much, much too pure and high to be human voices. They recall birdsong. They recall the sweep of the windswept sky, blue turning black at the edge of the higher heaven, and they wrench the heart in a direction the bureau does not permit. And Against Vitruvius, a 14th century treatise on esoteric mechanics and parahydraulics by Abbot Ranulph, best known now as the Mason architect. Ranulph describes how he tested some of these techniques in the construction of the Winter Tower, now called the Long Tower. He admits to unexpected consequences. Ranulph mentions that the Tower of Ely Cathedral collapsed around the time the Winter Tower was completed, although he stops short of suggesting that one was the cause of another. A tower falls, a tower rises, is all he'll commit to. And finally, the Larkabine Codex. Christopher Larkabus claimed to have purchased 2 handwritten copies of the codex from a family of witches on the shores of the Sea of Marmara. A third was given to the sea. The sister and witch came from the west, where they were born in 2 wombs, one a princess, one a monster. Nevertheless, they loved each other from birth and met in secret to seek union. When the great drought came, the kings of that land tried to sacrifice the princess and the witch, so they sailed across the sea. When despair took them, they flung themselves into the drowning waters, and so found the Painted River, where they entered the Mansus through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, the codex ends with a condemnation of the Grail. So, again, if you're unfamiliar with this game, the reason why I'm generating all of these memories is actually to kind of interact with something that to me is one of my sort of favorite features of this game. And it's essentially the way that the game models knowledge. So I talked a little bit before about how some of the mechanics of this game can be thought of as a role-playing game. So you have your elements of the soul, 9 of them. If you're interested in Egyptian mythology, you may see sort of a parallel to the sort of the Egyptians' ideas of parts of the soul. But in this case here, you can kind of think of these as attributes. And these are things, as the game sort of explains, these are the things that you do with your soul. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kinds of things you do with your soul. That usually means talking to people or crafting. But you can combine your effort with your skills, and there's quite a few skills in this game. But if you want to take a skill and bring it up to a higher level, what you will do there, instead of get something like experience points, you'll combine it with a number of memories that have the relevant aspects. So the world of the game is sort of divided among a number of different aspects or powers. And if you ever did philosophy, this will be a little bit sort of like Plato's forms you can sort of think of. You can sort of think of them as these fundamental these fundamental ideas or fundamental stuff. I actually really like Lantern. Life is a pure flame and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. This is from his work Urn Burial. This is probably one of the more famous lines near the end of the book. But in this case here, so the reason why I kind of like this, right, is that as you get to sort of the frontiers of knowledge, you need to put more and more effort into advancing. So the highest level you can get with a skill is 9, but if you want to take a skill from 1 to 2, you only need 1 memory. If you want to go from 7 to 8, like I'm about to do with Sacralamea, I need 7 memories. And because memories are unique, that means I need 7 different pieces of knowledge across different different types of understanding. So you can sort of see here, I've drawn from a number of different books, and of course they give little fragments of the details of the world and such. But to me, there's something very satisfying of this idea of having to draw from different sort of fields of understanding in order to be able to push out your knowledge. And in fact, there's the last step here where in order to get more elements of the soul, you commit these skills to the Tree of Wisdoms. And so what's kind of neat about these is that they will give you a bit of a readout. So in this case, I committed Sacra Solis Invicti to the Horamachistry Wisdom. And it says here, a light above. The new king's light shines brightly. The sanctioned version of the Book of Suns tells us that he may herald the unification of the gods who were light into a new sun and splendor. So this is different from if I had committed it to a different branch on the Tree of Wisdoms. And so what I like about this is that you go from, what do you get from books? Well, you get memories, sort of this transitory knowledge. If you want to solidify that into something practical, something that you can perform works with, you combine those disparate fragments of knowledge into a skill, and that skill ultimately will inform sort of a worldview. Once you commit something to the Tree of Wisdoms, it will affect your abilities. You'll be able to do different things in the game, but you have to make a choice between sort of what you think is more fundamental in terms of that particular skill. So, in a game about a library, to have something that is about sort of the ordering of knowledge, both for sort of yourself as this character who's healing in Hush House, as well as the more obvious connection of ordering knowledge in terms of just shelving books in a library. It's just one of these nice ways that sort of this idea keeps getting repeated and reinforced throughout the game. But in practical terms, we're now about to level up Sacralamea. So we'll use Faust for that. Actually, I guess I have a tryst to give up, so... And we need the 7 memories. So let's start with the sky stuff, because I don't think I'm going to have another use for it. I forgot to get a solace. Shame on me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 2 more. Definitely need the impulse. Now, I thought I had enough. But I seem to be one short. Or no, here we go. There's the cheerful ditty. Okay. And then we apply the lesson. I'll just double check that I had Ramsoned for that. I did. So we'll commit that. So I don't think I was going to do the Edict's Liminal next. I think I said I was going to do Preliminal Meter. So for Preliminal Meter, we've got 4 of the 8, I believe. Okay. So for that one, I feel like I can at least get the confounding parable from A Tower Rises and a Tower Falls. Oh, heaven's sake. I hit the wrong button. I needed back for that. So we'll do A Tower Falls instead. This is in a foreign language VAC. Before gods arose from blood, before ape stood upright. This was the language heard in the house of the sun. I'm Vac, the peacock door boasted, both the tongue and the goddess. I am the only entrance to secret light. I was worshipped before you upright apes, and I still will be when all of you are ugly ash. Listen, and I will prove it. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay. Moving on. So again, we're working with Preliminal Meter. We need as much knock and rose as I can get. The only thing I don't want to do right now is duplicate effort. So we already have the secret threshold. We already have the stolen secret. We have the gossip. Solace doesn't help us in this case. Okay, we've got salt. Fear is scale and edge. Satisfaction is grail and heart. Regrets is winter and forge. Impulses, moth and nectar. Contradictions, moon and edge. Confounding parable we're already getting. Hindsight is winter and scale. Bittersweet certainty is winter and lantern. Earth signs are nectar and scale. Storms are heart and sky. Savage hymns, scale and sky. Intuitions, that does give me a rose. So we will read the concursum diaries. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got 7. And then I can get my 8th by making another Wistful Air. This game makes you feel so dumb, but you still love playing it. Are you still working on the memory challenge, Oswin? Okay, so I think that covers me, if I'm not mistaken. So secret threshold, stolen secret, salt, gossip, pattern, confounding parable, intuition, and the wistful air bring me up to preliminal meter. So let's find another candidate. Inks of Revelation would be Moth and Lantern that I can work with. Solutions and separations would get me right to the roots. That's Nectar and Moth, so I've got a lot of Moth stuff that I need to do. So maybe I will try... you know what? I will try Inks of Revelation after all. So Lantern and Moth. So actually, with that in mind, I can use the projector in this case. So we'll do the open head. You think I got it though? Yeah, so the one thing is, the thing to remember about being lost in something like that is that what you are doing is you are actually building up the knowledge for some of the future challenges that you'll run into. So in one sense, it can be frustrating to try and solve the thing in front of you that you want to do. But on the other hand, all of those memories are probably ones that at some earlier point in the game you probably really wanted to, like, you I'm sure when you were trying to open up some of those rooms, you were like, oh, if only I had one more point of grail or something like that. And um, that's actually the way that you get that one extra point of grail. So it can be helpful, admittedly also a little frustrating in some contexts. Okay, so we're looking for lantern and moth memories here. And I'm already getting a revelation. So foresight. How am I for? Okay, got no tryst. So, sorry, lantern moth. Lantern moth. Yeah, I've got almost nothing here. I really thought I had more lantern. Okay. Rings gives me lantern and winter. Interesting. I'm probably going to have to use the curious hunch. But at this point, I don't see much value in trying to push the matter, so I'm going to get myself a bunch of knock stuff again. Nope, actually that won't work because I'm going to need a full minute for those. Okay. Shoot. I think I've worked myself into a corner. So Edict's Liminal needs moth and knock. So I've already got all the knock that I can get. Preliminal meter needs knock and rose. So I've got all of that. Thanks of Revelation needs lantern and moth. So I've done as much of those as I can. Rites of the Roots needs nectar and moth. But the nectar that sorry. I keep knocking my microphone. The only nectar that I have that I haven't already... Like, the only nectar that I can get is the Impulse, and the Impulse has moth already, so we're already covered for Rites of the Roots, which leaves me with Pearl and Tide, but that's a Moon and Rose, if I'm not mistaken. And so far as I can tell, all the Moon either is knock or rose, so I've kind of exhausted my options in terms of the books that I can read until I've committed some things. The other option is to look at a painting or something like that, but well, I mean, that'll get me another lantern, I suppose. So I will do that, but alright, so this is because I tried to do a Tower Rises without Vac, so a quasi-Brahmic script, intricate and bold, barely constrained in silence. It demands to be spoken aloud, but it is beyond me. And Olympe Pichet has arrived. I should probably be preserving some of these people with rest, but I'll give it a little longer. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. It is summer. I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. So So because we're reading a book, what I'll do here is at the once this is done, I'll look at one of the paintings to get the site memory. Might as well take a look at another one of these. Go across sands at high tide. I'll use whatever, I guess Shapt is a good candidate here. Investigate this object. So that'll take 30 seconds, but I'll get another lantern memory to help level up Inks of Revelation. Or whatever I decide to level up. Okay, so that's Corso's work finished. Let's move on with D.I. Douglas Moore. Alright. Detective Illuminate Douglas Moore on special assignment to the High Executive for the Royal Endeavour. Get me? Hope you're impressed. Anyone builds something important, there's always someone trying to break into it or blow it up. That's the job. Funny to see a pack of vicars getting involved with something like that, though. Suppose it's what they call doctrinal differences. Here to look into that. Alright, I think we'll just give him traveling at night, because he's also got a 4. Thanks for that. Got a much better idea of who might need arresting. Mrs. M's going to like that. No time at all for the church. Mrs. M, proper freethinker. Never mind all them poor mediums, says she. Lock up a bishop or two, save all that money on silly hats. Told her once if we locked people up for spending too much on millinery, she'd need to watch out. Had to eat my dinner in the garden shed that evening. Anyway, ta-ta. So, 1 minute for him, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. So Olympi might be at risk. So I think what I'll do is I will... which is the Mothy bet, probably Natan's. I think I'll give her a place to rest. Visitors will stay in a suitable bed for a little longer in case you think you might be close to finding a suitable book. Alright, all sorts of goodies. Crowcross Sands at high tide, a gloomy study of the sea in gloomy weather. Barely visible at the painting's edge, there are floating timbers that suggest a wrecked fishing boat. The Concursum Diaries, the diaries of the explorer and murderer Lars Westergren. He's unhelpfully translated them into Frisian for privacy. There are map legends, there are maps of legends, and there are legends of maps. Aspects of the Mansis subsist in all of these, in much the same way that you can find water in a swamp and in a cup and in the sky. Westergren describes a series of expeditions into the Mansis. He focuses on the details of the experience, the colors, the vistas, the textures, rather than the practicalities. He does warn that the Mansis changes each year, although he assures the reader that the doors have been the same. Doors may close, but they never disappear, at least not while there have been mortals in the Mansis. We're like mice. Journal of Walter de Wolf. Walter de Wolf, 3rd Baron Brankrug, was grandson of Thomas, son of the disgraced Giles, who eloped with Pale Hafren. The de Wolf line might have ended there if the Seneschal Ernestine, by then over 80, had not managed to reconcile Thomas with a dying Giles. Walter, though nominally siding with the parliamentarians, manages to stay out of the war, but in 1642 his son Brian runs away on the night of his 16th birthday and joins the royalist army. He is captured and returned to his father, who pleads for mercy and gives his parole for his son's good behavior. In 1648, Brian runs away again to join a royalist uprising. Walter writes of news that Brian has been on the field of battle at Gear Camp, but that his fate is unknown. Walter writes one last entry about his fear for his son and the future of his family. There the journal ends, but the extensive account of Walter's collaboration with the architect Gregory Wheelock includes usefully esoteric information. The Open Head, Ilse Bischoff's hallucinatory quasi-documentary notionally about the Greco-Turkish War of the previous decade. A hammer-armed Turk and a sword-armed Greek pursue each other through the Pindus, setting traps for each other, robbing peasants, chalking insulting graffiti on the walls. The tone is notionally anti-war, but any scholar of the invisible arts would recognize the Edge Hour subtext and the Hyksos messages in the graffiti. The sword wielder methodically fills a church with candles, lights each one, strips again to the waist to reveal his terrible scars. His chest somehow swings open like a cupboard door to reveal a blood-drenched book, and the film ends. The Shaven Lock Tantra, also known as the one who has shaven his hair. This, the story goes, is the lore that even the shape-changing Vanaras rejected. The Tantra speaks glowingly of those who are prepared to abandon their old self to seek a new and higher self. It warns that once the change is truly begun, past the third mark, a return to the old self is dangerous and painful. Whisper your secrets into the earth, burn them in fire, scatter them in the sea, still they will cling to your hair. The Tantra cautions. It provides an occult riddle that it claims is sometimes the answer to the riddle of the Hunter's Gate. A Tower Falls. The phonograph is packaged in glossy amethyst purple card with the words A Tower Falls in 9 languages on both sides. There's no other identifying information at all. A recording of uncertain origin, inexplicably compelling poetry recorded by a speaker with a rasping, rumbling, impossibly deep voice in the language called Vak, which probably isn't spoken by more than a few dozen living scholars. The poem speaks of a 4-winged war, a 4-mouthed king, a 4-rayed sun, a 4-cornered stone. It speaks of a tide-washed hunger of the heart. It speaks lastly of its own conclusion, when it might be spoken in dreams before the deep door by a messenger of histories. Glimmerings, an anonymous prison diary written by a dreamer convicted of oniric irresponsibility and confined to the cucurbit. The prisoner is plainly terrified and bewildered by their situation, but has been unable to wrangle a coherent explanation out of anyone, but the dreams keep coming and they keep writing them down. Snow, broken mirrors, half-heard sky music, flowers of white, red, and black, a blood-streaked winter dawn, the most notorious signifiers of oniric risk, fantastically vivid and detailed. No wonder they were locked up. Their final recorded dream is of a worm jewel beneath Brandkrug Isle, which they open with a key carved from their finger bone. And the wistful air, a half-sorrowful music of half-pleasant longing. Okay. So before I start reading any more books, let's see if we can get preliminary meter leveled up. So this is going to be a little bit of a harder one, but I think we should still be able to manage. So we're going to use surgeries and exsanguinations for that one. And I will use my FET in this case. So let's focus on the rows first. I messed up. Okay, intuition it is. There was always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 9. So let's salvage what I can out of this. So if I want to level up Inks of Revelation, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so if I use the Curious Hunch, that gets me 7. Alternatively, I can use the Occult Scrap. Yeah, I'll use the Occult Scrap. Okay, so this is kind of a clear slate as far as memories go. I'm also just going to take a second to scratch out my entries because I imagine this is going to take more than a day. Okay, so the remaining options I have are Edict's Liminal and Pearl and Tide. Pearl and Tide requires fewer memories, but let's actually go for Edict's Liminal first. So that's going to be a Moth and Knock one. I'm partly doing that because the way I see it here, if I want to bring up... So Edict's Liminal that I want to bring up is Knock and Moth. Rites of the Roots is Nectar and Moth. and Pearl and Tide is Rose and Moon. So if I focus my attention on a Knock and Moth, and then I focus my attention on a Rose and Moon, that gives me enough time to level up Edict's Liminal, and then I clear the queue for the rights of the roots. But to be honest, there's not that many not that many Nectar and Moth skills that I can use, and so likely what's going to happen is I'm going to need to wait till tomorrow to make a couple of the more difficult memories. So my expectation here would be ideally to get Edict's Liminal and Pearl and Tide taken care of. But we'll see. So first of all, let's do our usual things. This time we'll do Tower Rises and actually use the VAC this time. Wait a minute. That's helpful for Pearl and Tide, but that does nothing for Edict's Liminal. We can, however, do the Velletri interviews, where we'll meet one of those characters that we saw in the letter. I don't think I want to give up the health quite yet. So reluctantly, I'll use the core. Okay, so that gives me a starting knock. I need 8, so... And then we'll just go top to bottom as we normally do, so... And I think these other two require VAC, so we're going to read the Temptations of Architecture again. That's 2. We're already getting the Stolen Secret. Okay, so that's 3. With the Gossip. Wait a minute. Gossip is Rose. I really need to be more careful on that. Pattern will help, though. So now we've got 3. Salt. So that's 4. Satisfaction and regrets don't help. Impulse does. 5. But I think that's it with the Knock and Moth, so I need 3 more. Ugh, 3 more. So my best bet is probably to make a name day riddle. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to use the Newman Final Understanding for that. Okay, so I think the way I'll handle this is we'll take the Curious Hunch, and then I'll get an Occult Scrap when the 30 seconds are done. And then what I can do as a replacement, I actually think I will need... I wasn't expecting to do Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic again, but I think that would not be a bad one for me to use because we're going to need the Rose for Pearl and Tide. Also, it's just a fun one to read. Okay, so moving on to Pearl and Tide, we'll get anything that needs Moon and Rose that we're not already getting. So we already have the Stolen Secret. We're already getting the Gossip. Foresight doesn't help. Edge doesn't help. the contradiction will, although I do have Hyksos. Okay. So that gets me a moon. And I think the last one out of those would be the intuition, but that's fine because we're at Caller's desk anyway, so we don't actually have a whole lot of other options. And we'll use the whist just to balance it out. So that actually worked out a little bit better than I was planning. The only real drawback here is that, so I'll be able to level up Inks of Revelation, but I'm going to have to put everything on hold while I get an occult scrap using the consider verb. Better now. So I definitely want to prioritize leveling up the Inks of Revelation just to make sure that I'm not... just make sure that I don't duplicate any memories. I don't think I have need for Faust after this, so we'll use the... or Lantern, rather, so I'll use the Faust to level up Inks of Revelation. I wish I had another way, but... Okay, so... Arthur Thomas More, good day to you. May I come in? I abandoned the Empire service long ago. That was not an easy choice, but some ties I find even harder to loose. My blood, the son of my nephew, is bound up somehow with the new king's endeavor. My family and I have parted ways, and I will not remind them of the shame of my desertion, but I cannot rest until I understand this business better. So he also wants Lantern interest. He's got 4, so we'll give him Locksmith's Dream again. What is happening here? I think it is no more perilous than any line in the Sun's plan, and it is much grander. We all make our choices. My choice now is to be proud of my kin and his part in the work. Thank you, librarian. I hope that you will keep this matter between us alone. Okay, so Fraser is going to be... So he's around for another 4 minutes, but he'll be up next with in 1 minute. Magister Hokebald's around for 4 minutes. It'll take 2, and then Dr. Serena Blackwood, it'll take 3, so we still have a 1 minute grace period. So we should be able to satisfy everybody before the end of the day. I'll just wait the 0.6 seconds. Okay. The Temptations of Architecture. Actually, we just read this one, so I'll skip over it for the sake of the sake of speed. On Matthias and the Amethyst Imago, Pursuit, an account of an occult romance, a certain mech claims to have written this in a single night as part of his initiation into the Theban branch of the House of Leith, that order of immortals who used the arts of water to conceal themselves. Matthias defied us to hunt the names of the moth in the wood to populate his pinned collection. The Amethyst Imago had dallied with the witch and sister, but she'd returned to the wood to plead the moth's pardon. The moth, as a whim or penance, sent her out to lure the Long to a slough of nightmares. Matthias loved the Imago, did he? Can Long love, or has that organ of their soul desiccated beyond repair? The Imago loved Matthias. Did she, or did she only enact a whim? He pursued her through the wood, but at last they turned aside from the nightmare slough, and they lay together where the bounds grow bright. So they learnt the Grail's pleasures, and this is the lore they won. Advice on containment. Thyrza Blake discusses ways to keep wood things out of trouble and Mantis things in it. Thyrza is irritatingly light on specifics, insisting above all that the duties of an adept are the duties of a host, and that a conjured spirit should be kept in as luxurious a vessel as possible. Thyrza notes the similarities between the lantern-long habit of scrying, returning to the physical world despite their absence of a body by entering a mirror or light, and Pomander's techniques of confining Mantis Long to mirrors. She wonders whether Pomander himself might be lured to visit Hush House if provided with a sufficiently alluring scrine. The Velletri interviews. Interrogation of a man named Lacombe, a former Nocturnal Branch inspector, now identified as terminally robogoid. Lacombe is not especially lucid, and the state called robogoia evidently includes a malady of the lungs which causes coughing fits. He weakens audibly over the course of the interrogation. He is questioned about the disposition of various unsanctioned items recovered from a Nocturnal Branch raid on a castle at Ortuccio in the region of the Fucine Marshes. He is, however, defiant as well as incoherent. Lacombe insists that the items have been put to good use. He derides Nocturnal Branch as the lackeys of Calyptra. Alarmingly, during the last few minutes of the interrogation, he begins to insist that his interrogator should burn the library. He waxes enthusiastic about the fire he wants to see, leading to a final coughing fit, after which the interview abruptly ends. The Damascene traditions of the House of Leith. The House of Leith was an order of immortals who sought obscurity, rejecting their past and future. If the author of this short text is to be believed, the initiates of the Damascene branch were much more radical than their fellows elsewhere. The house generally forbade any potentially procreative activities for fear of the terrible consequences of too long bearing a child. The Damascene order took this much further. At one point, male initiates were required to undergo castration, and female initiates to strangle any children they had previously borne. These measures were so horrific that the order was shaken by repeated schisms, and eventually absorbed into the local Sisterhood of the Knot as a society of healers and exorcists. Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic, 2nd edition, or The Refinements of Light. Julian Cosley had never wanted or expected to write a 2nd edition of his masterwork. Julian Cosley long regarded Solomon Husher as a charlatan, but his friend Nina Lagasse painted 3 paintings before her death in 1895, and these paintings apparently convinced Cosley to change his mind. With considerable irritation, he revised his magnum opus. The perfect hegemony of the hours is perhaps eternal. Cosley had always championed history rather than eternity, the exceptions, limitations, contradictions of freedom, but Husher's and Lagasse's work convinced him to believe in the paradox of the eternal ending, a means in which perfection might be reconciled with freedom. He's not happy about it. This is perhaps the angriest book ever written in support of a peaceful philosophy of acceptance, but Cosley was always scrupulous about his conclusions. Eternity and history cannot be reconciled. Freedom cannot be perfection, not unless we understand the paradox of the eternal ending, and only in certain histories is that paradox possible. The Queen's Turn, a 16th century translation of the Barrowchild's account of Lagia's turn, when Lagia, the queen unsated, was offered the opportunity to enter the service of the Hours of the Triple Knot, as long as she repudiated her brother-lover Antaios. Lagia accepts, setting aside the arts of the Low Red Sun associated with Antaios. She bargains, however, for freedom for her daughters. The Hours of the Triple Knot accept casually, knowing that Lagia has devoured her daughters, but Wily Lagia has decided, in the secret hollow of her heart, that she will adopt any who ask, if they can prove their fierceness. The traditions described here, the ones generally described as hill and hollow, are associated with Lagia before her turn, but now that she's a name of the Red Grail, they might also be safely used before an altar of the Triple Knot. The Ascendant, the edge-long Dardesh, boasts of her victories over her brother-enemy Tareg in the days of the Shadowless Empire. Sweeter than wine, the nectar is the blood of my brother. We have raised up armies one against another. We have sated the Blackbone with the sinking of our ships. Dardesh's boasting at length turns melancholy. An edgelong is half a dyad. She may not defeat her hated brother-enemy without ending herself. She doesn't even want to, but she is aware, to her frustration, that she is a piece on the board, an axle on the ox cart, an essential part of the eternal engine of contention which the lionsmith and colonel use to sustain the world. Collected Hush House Lectures. In the 1800s, Dr. Aaron Peel was invited to give a series of lectures to the Curia. They combine his pithy view of the histories with his particular brand of unhelpfully ironical insight. 1776, the Third History. Louis declares the Mask of Masks and forbids mention of the great writhing within the walls of the Palace of Versailles, though by this point the worms are observed to move openly along the boulevards of Paris, sometimes even in daylight. The army is redeployed to defend the court. The mask lasts one lunar month and attracts several of the long abroad in Western Europe at the time, fleeing the worms or hoping to take advantage of the desperate Louis, or seeking to access to the sealed mirrors of the palace, or just eager to attend the most inventive and desperate debauch of the century. Many know espouse wormish sympathies. Let 100 histories flourish, tear down the tyranny of eternity. To grow long is usually to cast off these sympathies. There would be no immortality without eternity, and eternity, we often seem to decide, is only tyranny as long as we are not eternal. And a tower rises. The phonograph is packed in glossy card, the bright pink of a dog rose, with the words "A tower rises" in 9 languages on both sides. There is no other identifying information at all. A recording of uncertain origin, inexplicably compelling poetry recorded by a speaker with a high, sweet voice that scales up beyond human hearing, in the language called Vac, which is probably not spoken by more than a few dozen living scholars. The poem speaks of the wheel that turns, the coil that turns, the tide that returns, egg that returns. It speaks of a cloven sky, an opened heart, a dream of glittering eyes, speaks lastly of its own conclusion, when it might be spoken in dreams before the deep door by a messenger of histories. And we've got our Inks of Revelation. Okay, so let's see what we can work with before I go too far down the path. So suppose the first question would be, can I get away with leveling up Edict's Liminal? Well, no, I can't get away with leveling up Edict's Liminal because I've got, excuse me, 30 more seconds before I can do that. So, I suppose the obvious question here would be, can I get away with... Yeah, you know what? I think I'm just going to try and read the paper and get my occult scrap. Where were we? I'm sure there's other books that I can be reading right now, but I basically want to take stock before I commit any more memories. I also haven't touched The World Despoiled, which will give me Magaphine Mysteries, which I think is a Heart and Moon. Yeah. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Okay. Craft a name-day riddle. Is this a way to the wood? But perhaps the wood is not a suitable place for a librarian. Yeah, so I think knock is one of the ones that will work for your puzzle, Oswin. I think knock is one that it will accept 3 for, but I don't think it takes moth. Because I remember name-day riddle is like one of the first higher-level memories that I make. But I also remember trying one day, I'm like, wait a minute, it doesn't take this aspect. A deceptively intricate riddle that might just teach us who we really are. Gervinus van Loren was notoriously fond of these. Yellowing newspaper, it's dated the year that Hush House was abandoned. Nothing's history when it first happens. Okay. So before I go too much further, let's just see if I have enough to level up Edict's Liminal now. So the easiest thing for me to do here is take the Shapt. I believe I was using surgeries and exsanguinations for that, but let me just double check. I was. So we'll use the obvious stuff first. So an impulse... I'm going to have to use any of the knock that I have, which is a little bit of a shame. Yep, I'm throwing it all in there. There's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 9. Still, it's the last time I'll need to do that for Edict's Liminal, so it's resources well spent. So... Now, I guess the one bit of good news here is that I probably have enough that I don't need to worry about giving up the final understanding. But we'll see. So the aim here is going to be to level up Pearl and Tide, and for that we need the Moon and Rose. So we have Contradiction, Intuition, Confounding Parable, and Gossip. I just need 3 more. So one of the things I can use is on the Matters and Deeds of Serpents, because that'll give me a secret threshold which has a rose aspect. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So we are now at 5 of 7. We've already got the Gossip, but we don't have the Stolen Secret, so let's do Matthias and the Amethyst Imago. So we're now at 6 of 7. We don't have Salt, so we'll do Deaths of the Moon. Okay, so that's the... Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do here, Rites of the Roots is gonna take some effort here. So essentially to level up Rites of the Roots, I need 8 nectar and moth. Now, in terms of nectar that I can bring out of books, we've got the Earth Sign, we have the Impulse, other moth stuff that I can bring to bear. Actually, yeah, there's only 1 moth. So that's 2 out of books that I can work with. From there, we would use Ascent, Name Day Riddle, Occult Scrap, Hive's Lament. Yeah, and then I still need 2 more. Okay, so I'm I mean, I know I can do it with the various skills that I have, but I definitely need to put the effort in. So I don't see any value in messing with Rites of the Roots right now. I do see some value in trying to get the Curious Hunchback. So let's read one of them fancy pattern books. I think I'll leave it at that. We also maybe get lucky and have some weather that helps us out. So if we get some rain, for instance, that would give us a hand with leveling up Rites of the Roots. All right, I think we can gather up our coins. So Fraser Strathcoin. Librarian, I have urgent business with you. The High Executive for the Royal Endeavour has approached me for assistance with some of their more esoteric requirements. He also gets the locksmith stream. I can provide what they need, but some of their requests have piqued my curiosity. I would like to refresh my memory of the solar context. Battleships, aerostats, locomotives. What do all these things have in common, librarian? I'll tell you. Names. Thank you. Good day. Sorry, ordering my marrows. We take them seriously in Bradkrug. Okay, so that's normally the get everything done in the 1 minute mark, but I've already decided I'm not going to try and get the... I'm not going to try and level up the... Or I'm not going to try and do the last one. I am, however, going to read that paper again, just so that I can have the occult scrap. I'm trying to level up Pearl and Tide, so fast is acceptable to give up. That might be an idea for me to give up the Curious Hunch, actually. So if I use my Shaft... Can't remember if Preliminal Meter works. Memories into Certainty. So I'll just read the book for the Curious... I'll just read the book for the Earth Sign now. So I actually won't need to use that pattern. The reason I'm doing that is because it occurred to me it takes 90 seconds to be able to get the Curious Hunch, so I kind of needed to make that as soon as possible. Better now. Okay, I'm going to turn you into money. On the Matter and Deeds of Serpents, this was probably the Prophecies of the Naga rendered into English and illustrated by William Midnight in Paris in the 1880s, but it shows a number of divergences from that text. It's certainly quite recent by the standards of VAC texts. The Serpent folk, called the Great Hooded Princes, came to know the order called the House of Leith and warred across the miles with them. They made an alliance with the Mother of Ants, whose children they had been. The text describes how the Great Hooded Princes escaped, or will escape, from the Fifth History, where they had died, or were doomed to die. They engaged in a secret conquest of the land of the Great River, called India in some histories, and have ensured that all other conquests of that land are false conquests. On Matthias and the Amethyst Imago, Loss, an account of an occult romance, a certain Para, son of Aaron, claims to have written this in a single night as part of his initiation into the Damascene branch of the House of Leith, that order of immortals who rejected their past and future. The laws of the house forbade Matthias to love. The customs of the wood forbade the Imago to remain. So he conjured her a final time, when she had uncovered the shields of Alcapura, and she suffered him to cut the wings from her back so that she might remain, and he suffered her to cut the parts which hold man's seed, to keep them from the detestable act. This was love in all its blood and joy. We have cast Matthias from the house. In the cradle of the roots, Matthias and the Imago left their names, and though their names were lost, they found their name-day riddles. This we recall in solution and separation, so that in the presence of the moth our memories may become our futures. Do this wisely, in memory of the name and the long who gave up their past that they might be together forgotten. The Deaths of the Moon, a historical tract on various forms of survival after death. When the heart no longer beats, the grail may keep the spirit in the body, and an appetite is indicated to sustain. Alukites are the best known, but not the only of this nature. This is the waning moon mode. The full moon mode is the intensification of one element of the soul to a point where ordinary sustention is unstable. Our protector, the generous of hosts, began of this nature, and its generosity remains ungentle. It is possible for the body's health or the heart's core to outpace the other elements, so that a static mode becomes impossible and growth proceeds in dramatic stages until balance remanifests. The Raptures of Forculus, the first volume of Abbot Geoffrey's hypothetical theological debates in the Socratic mode. If Janus were an hour, Forculus might be counted among his names, but that door remains closed, and so Forculus is not. Geoffrey discusses the signs that mark doors, which might permit or forbid access to certain thoughts and dreams, speculating carefully on which of the sanctioned hours might teach or govern each sign. Okay, so we wanted to level up Pearl and Tide. We should have all the pieces in place, but let's make sure. Or, well, I gotta wait for 0.7. Okay, so Pearl and Tide. It doesn't really matter if it's the Trist or the Fet that we use, because it's the last one we're going to do. So gossip, confounding parable, intuition, contradictions, salt. I don't think the pattern helps. Stolen secret, secret threshold. Yep. We don't need to give up anything precious. At last I approach mastery. So the last thing for me to do is to just finish off the last of these conversations. Okay. Magister Hokebald. And this is what you call summer? Pathetic. Don't make me stand around out here. Magister Hokebald, metallurgist, gourmet, corrupted immortal, and supposedly long ago a king's byblow. You are aware what the king is at. I suppose it will do well enough. Try as much book with as much mystery forge as their forge interest. So we need 4 forge. I wonder if the Michael Blockley text. I think that might actually be an 8. Yeah, it is. Come to think of it, I don't actually know if I have any low-level forge texts. I think they're all like 8 and 10. Nope, I'm a liar. Vinzant's Minglings. So I've already given this to Serena Blackwood, but I have a general idea of what the royal endeavor entails, of course, but I would like to refresh my understanding of a few minor details. Yes, this has been quite satisfactory, especially considering the sad state of affairs which persists in this house. I make no complaint. Good day. Excuse me. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. My visitor grows impatient. So I've got Olympi for 5 more minutes. Serena will be have a little bit of grace time. Again, excuse me. Skill is now level 8. Its power aspects have also increased. Sorry. Deratio Quercum. In English, the title translates roughly as The Account of the Oaks, but this is Nathaniel Darcy Evers' fascinating, if haphazard, survey into the of the occult properties of every tree he can find, not just oaks. In Persia, Taxus Baccata, the yew, is called Sorkdar, which is the red tree. There they had long understood the Grail root. In later times, the great king of Pontus had beehives set in the branches of the oldest of the female trees. The berries of the Pontine yew open the door to death, but the honey of their flowers opens a different door entirely. This was not the great king's Mithridate, but one who has suckled at the great yew fears poison no longer. Perhaps they should. Nathaniel is here distracted, however, by the toxic properties of certain inks. He does mention more usefully that the minor ink of power Ugol can be brewed through the rites of the roots with the assistance of the aspect nectar. In the tracks of beasts and the convulsions of his own carapace, in Egg-Vein and Shell Shadow, the many-eyed one found the sign which can be history. An earth sign is an auspice traced on the cloaked shape of the earth, perceptible to the sensitive, interpreted only by the wise. See, I can't do anything with this pattern overnight, so I'll just worry about handing off books to the relevant characters, and then we'll see where we're at. I was not expecting that. Moth's gift or mine? Sorry, there must be order. Alright. Dr. Serena Blackwood, one-time librarian of Hush House, one-time librarian of the Invisible Serapeum in Alexandria, and currently what exactly? Serena is close-mouthed, but I know that she has worked with the St. Ronwin Trust. The new king. I have some concerns. I am certain it is a coincidence that he came to the throne so soon after the fire here at the house. An unlucky time, but it's a coincidence I've always disliked. I hope I might find something in the collection here to allay my concerns, or to crystallize them. So I'm actually kind of curious. I think I've tested this before. It's 4 and 4. I can't give her Vinzant's Minglings because we've already consulted that one. So my concerns remain. You've heard of the Sunset Road? The alchemies of the House of Lancaster. I find similarities to this endeavor of the kings. We don't want any more sovereigns of the leashed flame, do we? Let's leave all that medieval nonsense in the Middle Ages. Thank you for your help. Alternatively, my concerns remain. This is a solar project, no doubt of it. Everything is doctrinally acceptable. Everything goes back to light. But this sunset business, you know, I've always believed the Chandler to be Sunset Celia's. No, it shouldn't be possible, but the Chandler shouldn't be possible either. Keep this to yourself. Thank you. All right, I gotta give her the Chandler's Wish because it's so... I'm just going for this one because they line up so well. Okay, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So I wasn't planning on doing the last level up, which would be Rites of the Roots, but seeing as we're at the start of the new day, and I did want to get the affair finished, let's go for a little bit longer. And so it's nectar and moth. We need 8 of that. So earth sign. Wives Lament. Impulse. Cold Scrap. Curious Hunch. Name Day Riddle. Scent. So really just need one more nectar or one more moth. I'm actually going to take a chance and see what... Well, actually, if we're going to make a name day riddle, I at least need... Okay, actually, there's going to be 2 things that I do. So first of all, we're going to read The World Despoiled. I don't think it even really matters which one of these I go with, but Inks of Containment, why not? Well, that's why not, because I don't have... Let's try that again. Okay. So obviously I'll have to worry about the memories for that one, but so in order to make the name day okay, so first of all I want the scent, which I can get from the potted plant. And then I'm going to need a memory to well, actually this one makes sense to look for the weather for. No, it doesn't. Or yes, it does. Perfect. Okay, so rain gives me the nectar that I need. So yeah, now we're going to get a memory. And again, it can be any memory. We'll do Gospel of Zacchaeus. And that's so I can make my... that's so I can make my name day riddle. So I'm basically going to throw every... Hey, Ceasant, how you doing? I'm basically going to throw everything at the rights of the roots here. But the good news is that at the end of it, I don't need to level it up again. And while I'm doing that, I'll also just sort... Oh, those are good. I'm not going to move the Inks of Revelation over the wolf stories because the intention will be to level up wolf stories as soon as possible. Alright, sense of awareness persists. But the plant remains immobile, unsettling but harmless. It doesn't even have thorns. So, I know we spent a lot of time talking and kind of going through the lore, but the funny thing on this, I actually think we may have, by the end of this, because there's so many characters, I think I may actually have the last figure that I need for the Lighthouse Institute. And the other kind of milestone on this, well, yeah, I guess it really depends as to whether or not I finish the Lighthouse Institute or not. But if I do, that might mean next season I'm able to commit people to the positions, and then, I don't know, we'll see what happens after that. It does also mean I'll write down a history in my journal, but I wanted that to be a little bit of a surprise. So, okay, what am I trying to do here? Talk to Adam Boucher. Essayist, illustrator, critic, editor of the Carisham Review. The pleasure is all mine, librarian. If there's an incident card active, you can discuss it, or leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. On the Royal Endeavour. This Royal Endeavour, I wonder what you think. No, don't tell me. I want us to get in trouble, either of us. So we'll give her Vinzant's Minglings. No, I am no believer, but my mother, she believed. She used to talk of the second dawn. Of course, I did not take it seriously, but now the king's project. So strange. I'd like to see what I can find in your collection. Truly, it might mean a second dawn, or a war. I prefer the dawn, but then it might be both. Thank you, librarian. Keep my visit between us two only, for now, if you don't mind. So once this is done, Gospel of Zacchaeus, an extremely heterodox account of the Nazarene Messiah and his works, describing his ascension to the mansus through the opening of his body. 7 were the wounds of his body, 7 the doors of the house, 7 the lesser aspects of the hours, and knock the aspect above all, for the mother of ants is the mother of salvation. The book includes a description of a rite which can be used to raise a corpse to half-life in memory of he who bled for the wood, but the marginalia claim that the mother of ants no longer permits use of this rite. So we got the stolen sage. It could have been anything, but in this case we got this one so that we can take Edict's Liminal. We'll use that to create a name day riddle. And in 90 seconds we will use that. I'll just double check. So we've got the Earth Sign, we've got the Hive's Lament. We don't have an impulse yet, so we'll work on that. We got the Occult Scrap, Curious Hunch, Name Day Riddle, Scent, and Rain. And as a side project, because I'm going to want to get the... I'm going to want to get the Curious Hunch back. I will get a pattern. And I don't really think I need anything for the Hive's Lament, so I'll just wait that one out. afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers to the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay, so bring back the whist. It is summer. I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. And The World is Spoiled, subtitled The Flowers in the Waste, an epic poem that presents a medical treatise through allegory. The author is Gideon de Wolf, fifth Baron Brandkrug, sometimes unkindly called the Cutter. The poem is a substantial variation on the Fisher King tale. A wounded wasteland monarch learns that he and his land can be cured, but that the cure is their own response to ever more savage maladies. Gideon concludes with a concrete example that the mysteries can be used to despoil mine own soaks, but then the soak can then be refined with sufficient heart into the sanguis sultandis. So that's a solace text, and we get 1 Magaphine Mysteries. So that one we will use for the wolf stories, seeing as that will be the last of the main skills that I need at level 8. Actually works out rather well. Okay, so we can actually do a summary of the... I wonder if this is going to burn... I'm not going to load it up. So, summary of the affair of the Royal Endeavour. The new king has sanctioned the use of the crown's wealth to fund a visionary new industrial project, one that will transform our economy and furnish the kingdom with a sense of patriotic mission, also known as a hockey game. Parliament, dazzled, has already passed the Royal Endeavour Act, mandating the construction of the necessary facilities, although the details remain in some respect vague. Corso went glumly back to his foreign friends to warn them that their concerns about the nature of the Royal Endeavour might be justified. D.I. Moore came to investigate likely motives for sabotage of the Royal Endeavour by maverick clergy, and left with a much better idea of who might need arresting. Lieutenant Moore was concerned about his great-nephew's part in the Royal Endeavour, but a visit to Hush House soothed those concerns. The procurement committee of the Royal Endeavour was, it seems, one of Fraser Strathcoyne's many clients, and so he came to Hush House to research their requests. Battleships, aerostats, locomotives. What do all these things have in common, librarian? I'll tell you. Names. Magister Hokebald came to Hush House to learn what he could of the Royal Endeavour's aims and nature. He seemed satisfied with the Endeavour. He seemed almost satisfied with Hush House. Dr. Blackwood was convinced that the Royal Endeavour was fundamentally a matter of light, but that it might be connected to the paradoxical menacing hour known as the Chandler. And after her visit to Hush House, Madame Bichet came to believe that the Royal Endeavour was associated with the Second Dawn, which, she opined, she would prefer to a war. So this should resolve next season. And in 34 seconds, I should get my level. I should also be thinking about what I need to level up wolf stories, but we have plenty of time in the day, and more importantly, there's literally nothing else for me to do until next season, with that, so. The Beekeeper's Ends, dialogues with bees and uses for honey, as erratically recorded by Ricardo Milagro, gardener of Hush House in Musgrave's time. Milagro spends an entire chapter on his hatred of wasps, which he describes as the vile pretenders. Milagro claims that bees retain many traditions passed down from earlier and greater branches of their species, but that they are fiercely jealous of these traditions being passed to lesser insects, and insist above all on an oath of secrecy. Tragically, therefore, he is unable to describe these more substantial and powerful traditions. Is this the way to the wood? But perhaps the wood is not a suitable place for the librarian. Okay. This should be enough for us to level up Rites of the Roots. It is indeed. There's always more to learn. Improve this skill to level 9. So, let's start replacing the stuff that I lost. So we'll read wrapped in the king for the earth sign. I have to use the consider verb to get the occult scrap. Yeah, so that's an IOU that we're getting. I believe I can use one of my higher level heart to... Actually, I don't even think I need the higher level heart. I think I just need regular heart. Yep, there it is. A beating in the heart. So, on its way, not permanent, not permanent. Need a memory for... Actually, you know what? I can probably make this with the solace. Preliminal meter, more likely. Yep, there it is. Okay, on its way. Need to wait 30 seconds, and the rest of those aren't permanent. Okay, so now we want to start putting our thoughts into how we can level up wolf stories. And honestly, the easiest thing for me to do here is just I'll knock down the list of things that are moon and scale. We'll see what's left, and we should definitely have this done by the end of today. So, stolen secrets, deaths and their evasions, which we'll use Fusinon. That's one. Again, we're looking for moon and scale. So fear gets a scale, so that's 2. Moon from salt, so that's 3. Moon from contradictions, so that's 4. Moon from confounding parable is 5. So we can easily get scale from unhatched hymns, so that's 6. Unfortunately, I don't quite have the 7th yet, but when I get an intuition, that should be enough. Traveling at Night, Volume 3, The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. Alopoli's disquisitions on fire and the unburnt god are interrupted by passages of distractingly erotic poetry addressed to Baldemera. To reach the stag door, I believe that all you really need is to want something enough, but I've never wanted anything that much, except of course Baldemera, and I'm very much afraid that the knot in the story is this. What Baldemera wants is the stag door, but here's something I learned in Persia. Perhaps it'll teach you what you want. So, we employ the Arab at Ava's desk. Ah! I can read against the sister to the knot and the foulness of their depraved customs, and then in 1 minute I'll be able to use, I'll be able to level up Magaphine Mysteries, or use Magaphine Mysteries to level up wolf stories. Better now. The skill is now level 9, its power aspects have also increased. Nope, I was going to use the newspaper for the occult scrap. So here's a question out of anybody who's hanging around. How many people would be interested in me going a bit later to do the Lighthouse Institute stuff, or would that be better to do at the start of the the next stream. I'm slightly inclined towards the start of the next stream, but I'm curious how people feel about that. Wrapped in the King. Detailed accounts of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt, and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul and eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. The dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries, of the cults of Isis and of Sybil, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in its carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. Okay, deaths and their evasions. Father Stanislav John Schaller writes of the means and limitation of passage between the orders of the Mansus, no long names ours. Unusually, Father John has written this book in Fucine, for he says a special secrecy. He speaks very cautiously of the exceptions that can sometimes be made to the edicts of Chancel and Calyptra, and hints at the means by which he successfully returned a lantern long to flesh. Schaller mentions most cautiously of all that he has been permitted to see a book that speaks more deeply on the matter, but that it was surrendered into the shadow of a covenant stone of the Watchman's Tree. It can be retrieved if the 99th wink is reserved under the edict's liminal. The see does not regret Eason Feckery, one-time Secretary Salvant of the Curia of the Isle, responsible for the Curia's healing efforts, writes of his experiences in Brandkrug and hints at his travels elsewhere. The sea does not regret the tide, Feckery writes, for when the tide is passed, it leaves its traces on the sand, which traces are the sea's memory. Feckery is a keen fisherman and speaks glowingly of the fish suppers of Brandkrug. He also admits that his enthusiasm for the bounty of the sea has altered him, that before he came to Brandkrug he consumed only those things found in the earth. I was the greater thereby, but all of us give up what we were to become what we are. And as the sun is coarse, Joel of the Bridge, a retired soldier and sometimes tollkeeper, wrote this epic poem about Alexander's famously inexplicable decision at Issus to withdraw from the war with the Achaemenids, and his subsequent return to Macedonia. Alexander meets at Issus with Darius, king of kings, for 3 days and 3 nights. On the first day, the two men trade threats. On the second, promises. On the third, secrets. Darius tells Alexander something so shattering that he retires to his tent to consider matters of strength and matters of mastery. On the 4th day, Alexander announces, the sun has his course upon which he returns, and so do I. He returns to Macedonia, executing 2 of his captains when they dispute his decision. He brings with him the names of a blind god and a rite of sacred betrayal. For, Joel opines, without betrayal there would be an end to war. Medusa's lament on the death of the hour called Seven Coils, the father of the mother. The first part of the poem describes the ambush of the 7 coils by a warrior scarred all over by the traitor gods, scarred even unto his eyes, so that the sight of the great coils would not destroy him. The battle rages on until the 7 coils drowns in its own blood, at which point the narrative turns mystical and elusive. A 7-titled goddess arises from the foam of its blood. She is an armored queen, a serpent daughter, a key, a healer, a murderess, an oracle, but her 7th title is not to be revealed. The Other Line, one of Samuel Savage's more thoughtful works, an allegorical play about the city Clarity, a city that is also a book, and the sentences which inhabit it. The Lord's Proverbial and the Lord's Disquisitional war in the streets of Clarity, while the punctuants get drunk on ink and supply the jokes, though by Savage's usual standards there aren't very many jokes. The final act sees the Lord's Proverbial unsealing the city Clarity's gate to expel the population into the unknown. The formula that they use for the unsealing is a real one. It can be used with knock and preliminal meter to create a gate sign of power. And unhatched hymns attributed to St. Lucia the Eyeless, patron of glassworkers and name of the hour called Menascate. The hymns venerate every sanctioned hour, celebrating them as the sun undivided, but also suggesting that each hour may become the next, madrigad to watchman, watchman to wolf, and so on. The Hymn of the Phases celebrates the Menascate from whom we do not turn, for the truth which is beauty, the beauty which is truth, and the perfect balance between the two. The Hymn of the Reflections, more puzzlingly, celebrates the Menascate as the sister of Janus, mother of Shadow, whose visage wondrous in emptiness can reveal all truths. Alright, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, okay. Wolf stories, just throw all those in there. Oh, yeah, the north sign is required. At last, I approach mastery. So the next priority is to regain the stolen secret, or earth sign rather. So I could have waited for this book to be finished, but there's no real need. And I believe that is everything that I want to do for the I'll read this. I'll skip over this for tonight, and I'll just make sure that that's the next one I read when I need an intuition. This will just turn into money because we need to wrap up the day. All right, a buzzing in the skull. Hive's Lament, a song of pragmatic sorrow. There's our curious hunch. And we should get our earth sign back, and then it's really just a question of waiting out summer. So one thing I can do is start preparing for the salon. So actually one thing I will want to do is get a little bit more tea. And I think I'm actually going to do something a little different this time around. So, so number one, let's first focus on the tea. I think I'll get 3 this time, because we kind of went through the... Actually, maybe I'll do 4. I don't know why I've got the coiling chasm here, but add some flavor. Okay. 48 for that. Complete the order. So I'm thinking maybe what I can do here is I can wrap up these last... I can wrap up these last 2 invitations, and maybe we invite Lalakaima and Zachary Wakefield. And then I guess the question is, who else do I want to invite? So maybe what I can do is I can let the food that I have decide. So Lalakaima I think is Edge, and Zachary should be Winter. Let me just double check that. Yep, so Edge, Winter. So for that one, this actually means that I can make use of the mushroom meringue. So do I have an edge dish, I suppose is the question. Ham and egg casserole, ham and potato bake, pumpkin pie, pear pie, We're keeping the King's Luck pie set aside for now. Pilchards on toast, kedgeree, fried mushroom on toast. Not seeing many edge candidates, but you never know. Toffee pudding, blackberry sponge cake, apple charlotta, roast pheasant, cold pheasant with grape salad, apple pie, baked pear meringue. Oh, there's more second flush of Sam. Okay, so I think it's fair to say without... So, I mean, I think the acrid marrow is probably the answer on this one. So, we do actually have the edge. So we've got a pudding, and we've got a... either a side or a main. If I wanted to bring Hokebald back, I could do the ham and potato bake, but it seems a little rich. Let's say... Actually, I've got some ideas. Okay, so we'll do Aladdin. So this gives me my starter. Oh, don't betray me, come on. Serena might be an interesting individual to invite. The other one that would be fun would actually be Hokebald and Aladdin, because I think they're two completely different personalities. Let's do Serena. And that'll justify... We'll do the ham and potato bake in this case. I'm very disappointed in you. Yeah, that really can't fit anywhere else. Fair enough. Okay, and then I guess it's kind of free for the last one. So I don't know, nectar? Sky? So Connie's not an option anymore, so we don't really have a sky. Well, that's not entirely true. Margot would be a sky option. It's really tempting to try and bring in Hokebald. It's just I know he's the most expensive to bring in, so... we've got Wakefield, we've got Aladdin. Azita? But then Azita would need another edge, which means I need to make something. Grail people. Coquille. There's got to be somebody else who drinks, or who has Grail needs. I'm actually feeling slightly warmer to the idea of inviting. Um, oh yeah, Corso would be Grail. But I'm actually feeling maybe Eason would be a good choice. But the thing is, do I have the um, moon to pull it off? Yes, the baked pear meringue. Okay. So this'll, yeah, this is a totally different group, but I figure I'll do the invitations now. I will worry about the drinks a little bit later, but I figure at minimum we can get the remaining invitations. So Aladim, I believe, is Rose. Although I actually think Rose is the one that doesn't play well with Caller's Desk. No, sorry. It's, maybe it doesn't actually. Yeah, no, fair enough. Okay, so Serena Forge is easy. I think we can do the others at Natan's desk. So liminal meter, typewriter, address book, Aladdin, and then we'll do the same for Easton Factory. And then this doesn't really cost us anything in terms of elements of the soul or anything. Also forgot that I can add the intuition if I felt like it. Okay, we can do weaving and not working. I think that should cover me for the invitation. So I'm Zachary, Serena, Aladim. Nice. Okay. So we have one more day to go in summer. So I think I'm going to wrap it up here. I'm already an hour over. But here's roughly what I'm thinking. So I was maybe a little premature when I talked about the Lighthouse Institute, but I think I have one position that isn't... hasn't been opened, or hasn't been allocated yet. So I'm going to need to write a history, which is not hard to do. I think I actually have one of each of the inks, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So we've got... oh no, this is Perinculate. Okay, so we've got Maricat, we've got Porphyrine, we've got Orpiment Exultant, we've got Uzalt, and we've got Nilicant. So I should be able to write whatever history that I want. I guess it does depend on... Yeah, so I probably shouldn't say every position is filled up, because it's not just the numbers, it's the specific characters. But I don't know. I have like a little list of people who are potential candidates, and it actually feels like I've got a pretty wide range to draw from on the Affair of the Royal Endeavour. So if that's true, I will somewhat early in the playthrough, I imagine, try and see what happens when I put people in the Lighthouse Institute. Now, as far as records are concerned, right, there's a specific order in which I want to do things. So we'll do the salon. Or maybe we won't do the salon. I'll figure out what I do with the salon, but I want to make sure that I do the history. I want to make sure that we know that we have, or so, I'm sorry, let me back up. So once we know that we can found the Lighthouse Institute, I want to make sure that I write a history first, then I will engage with the Lighthouse Institute material. I have no idea if this ends the game. I'm somewhat inclined to think that there's a bit more to the Lighthouse Institute, because we really haven't engaged with it yet. But presumably that brings us to the end game for House of Light, and then we'll figure out whatever else we have to do in the final moments. So this last salon is actually a little bit of a just kind of a throwaway one to try and get some more interactions in. But honestly, like Zachary, Aladim, Serena, and Eason is kind of a nice little group to have for that. Like this, that would kind of count as a Lighthouse Institute on its own, in my opinion. But yeah, so rough order of things. Write a history, resolve the affair of the Royal Endeavor, try to move the Lighthouse Institute along, and then at that point we have a clearer idea in terms of what we need to do to wrap up the playthrough. But I imagine we will start thinking about some future games that we'll be playing before too long. But I am actually starting to feel a bit of a scratch in my throat. I also know that I need to try and resolve some of this infuriating Twitch stuff that's been added in. And so I will say all of this will be something that we handle in the near future. But thank you all for watching. I'm going to save the game. We'll see if we can host somebody tonight. Just to clarify my plans for the oncoming week. So I will not be streaming on Monday. I was originally going to be out of town. That got canceled at the last minute. But there is an opportunity for me to see Fire Walk with me on the big screen, and I'd like to do so. So I will be back next Wednesday. We will be playing Book of Hours. And I should also be back next Friday unless something comes up, which I imagine it won't. And then the usual, I will be recording some episodes for YouTube over the weekend, but I think probably it's March when I'm going to be doing the YouTube playthrough with knowledge of how the Lighthouse Institute turns out. So let's see who is online tonight. We've got Katako, we've got Prosciutto Fist, got a few people hanging around, so let's host Prosciutto Fist. So Prosciutto Fist is, I actually originally found her through playing Book of Hours, although she didn't really seem to stick with it, but I do like hanging out in her channel, and she's playing Avowed, which I'm kind of curious about. So I'll leave you in her capable hands. And yeah, like I said, I think in so yeah, I'll see if something happens on Monday. I'll try to stream, but I think I'm going to be occupied for the evening there. I'll expect the next one, more Book of Hours, on Wednesday. And then I suspect Friday, depending on how long the Lighthouse Institute material is, I think there's actually a real possibility that we may wrap this up on Friday. But again, it depends if the House of Light stuff that we've been looking at like really runs through, then who knows, we might have another month of it ahead of us. But I think we're probably getting close to the end. Anyways, thank you everybody for watching. I'm not going to make this any longer than it needs to be. Please enjoy Prosciutto Fist's channel, and we'll see you in the next one. Until then, take care.